This crazy bastard had no chakra and still wrecked everyone. Reborn Asta Naruto swings that anti-chakra demon slayer, headbutts, devil form rampages, and steals the Mizukage's heart while carrying villages on his back. This ain't your Naruto. It's a loud-ass legend who never gives up.
The third Hokage dropped his pipe. It hit the floor of his office, spilling ash across the hardwood, and for the first time in maybe 20 years, Hiruzen Sarutobi did not notice. He was too busy staring at the crystal ball on his desk. The image inside it showed Training Ground 44, the Forest of Death. And something was happening there that should not have been possible. A 12-year-old boy was running up the side of a tree. Not with chakra. That was the thing. That was the part that made Hiruzen's brain stutter. The boy had no chakra. Zero. The medical records were clear. The diagnostic seals were clear. Naruto Uzumaki's coils had been fused shut since birth. A violent reaction between the Nine-Tails' sealed energy and whatever genetic lottery his body had drawn at conception. Every test confirmed it. Every sensor who had ever walked past the boy confirmed it. He had less chakra presence than a rock. Less than a dead man. He was a void shaped like a child. And this void was currently sprinting vertically up the bark of a 100-foot oak at full speed, using nothing but his fingers and his toes dug into the wood like iron spikes, his muscles firing so hard that chips of bark exploded off the trunk behind each step. He reached the top in 4 seconds. He backflipped off the crown, landed on the ground in a 3-point stance that cracked the earth under his fist, and immediately started doing one-armed push-ups. He was already at 300. His breath was even. Hiruzen picked up his pipe, put it back in his mouth, forgot to light it. "What the hell are you, Naruto?" he said to the empty room. Nobody answered. But the crystal ball kept showing that boy in the forest, doing push-ups on one arm with a boulder strapped to his back, screaming his count at the trees like they needed to hear it. They didn't need to hear it, but that had never stopped him before. Here's the thing about Naruto Uzumaki that nobody in Konoha understood, because nobody in Konoha had the context to understand it. He had done this before. Not this life, not this body, not this world, but his soul remembered everything. The soul that lived inside Naruto Uzumaki had once belonged to a boy named Asta, in a world where mana was the currency of existence, and he had been born with exactly none of it. That boy had become the Wizard King. That boy had cut through fate itself with a rusted black blade and a voice loud enough to shake the heavens. That boy died, and that boy's soul woke up here, not with memories exactly, not with knowledge he could recite or spells he could cast, but with something deeper than memory, with a feeling burned so deeply into the fabric of his being that even death and rebirth could not erase it. A fire, a furnace, a conviction that no amount of nothing would ever make him nothing. Naruto Uzumaki woke up in this world the same way Asta woke up every morning, ready to work until his body failed, and then keep working past that point until his body forgot how to fail. The villagers thought he was insane. The academy instructors thought he was delusional. His classmates thought he was a joke. Every single one of them was wrong. Let's rewind. Let's go back to the beginning. Not the Nine-Tails attack, because everyone knows that story, and this one is different. Let's go back to the first day Naruto Uzumaki walked into the Konoha Shinobi Academy at age 6, and everything started going sideways. The instructors ran the standard intake diagnostics on every incoming student. Chakra capacity, chakra control, elemental affinity, basic molding exercises. Every kid who walked through those doors had at least something, some flicker, some spark, some baseline that said, yes, this child can be a shinobi. Naruto's readout came back blank, not low, blank. The diagnostic seal didn't even activate. It sat on his stomach like a piece of wet paper and did absolutely nothing. The instructor ran it 3 times, called in the school nurse. The nurse ran it twice more, called in a sensor from the Hyuga compound. The sensor activated their Byakugan, looked at Naruto, and then looked away with an expression that was equal parts confusion and pity. His coils are fused, the sensor said. I've never seen anything like it. There's no pathway for chakra to travel. It's as if his body rejected the entire system. The academy sent a report to the Hokage. The Hokage read it. The Hokage sighed. The Hokage said, "Keep him enrolled. Let him try." So they did. And for the next 6 years, they watched something they could not explain, because Naruto failed every chakra practical, every single one. Clone jutsu? Nothing. Transformation jutsu? Nothing. Substitution jutsu? Absolutely nothing. He could not mold chakra because he did not have chakra to mold. On every written exam that involved theoretical ninjutsu, he scored average at best. On every practical exam that required chakra output, he scored 0. But here's what the academy records also showed, buried in the physical conditioning scores that nobody bothered looking at, because physical conditioning doesn't graduate you. Sprint time. Fastest in the class by a full 2 seconds, then 3 seconds, then 4. By his final year, nobody was even in the same zip code. Strength assessment, off the charts. Literally. The assessment tool maxed out at Jonin level grip strength, and Naruto broke the handle on the machine when he was 10. Endurance test. Every other student collapsed between miles 3 and 5. Naruto ran 12 miles and then asked if there was a second lap, sparring record, undefeated. Every single match from age 6 to age 12, not a single loss. Not even close to a loss. He fought without jutsu, without chakra enhancement, without anything except his body and his will, and no one in his age group could lay a hand on him. Iruka Umino, his primary instructor, watched this boy fail the clone jutsu for the 6th straight year, and then walk outside and do 500 squats with a training log across his shoulders, and something in the Chunin's chest hurt in a way he couldn't name. "What are you trying to prove?" Iruka asked him once, after everyone else had gone home. Naruto grinned. It was the kind of grin that made you feel like you were looking into the sun. "I'm going to be Hokage, Iruka-sensei, so I can't afford to waste a single day." "But you can't." "Can't what?" Naruto's eyes locked onto his teacher's. The grin didn't change, but something behind it shifted. Hardened. "Can't become Hokage without ninjutsu?" "Says who?" "Show me the rule. Show me where it's written, because I'll rip that page out of whatever book it's in and use it to wipe my..." "Naruto, I'm just saying." He threw his hands up. "Rules were made by people. People are wrong all the time. Watch me prove it." Iruka watched him walk away into the sunset, doing handstand walks down the street because apparently regular walking wasn't enough training for his arms. 6 years of watching this kid. 6 years of watching him get knocked down by the system and bounce back up louder. 6 years of that grin. 6 years of that fire. Iruka had stopped being confused by Naruto a long time ago. Now he was just scared of what would happen when the world stopped being ready for him. Graduation day. Final exam. Clone jutsu. Naruto stood in the examination room in front of Iruka and Mizuki. He put his hands together. He pushed. Nothing happened, because nothing could happen. His body did not have the thing that made things happen. "I'm sorry, Naruto," Iruka said. His voice was gentle and it was real. "You fail." Naruto stood there for a second. His fists clenched at his sides. His jaw worked. Then he exhaled through his nose, nodded once, and walked out of the room. He didn't cry. He didn't scream. He didn't beg for another chance. He just went to his apartment, sat on the roof, and looked at the Hokage monument until the sun went down. That's where Mizuki found him. "Hey, Naruto," the silver-haired Chunin said, landing on the roof with that smile that always seemed 1 degree too warm. "Tough day, huh?" "I'll pass next time," Naruto said. No hesitation, no doubt, just fact. "What if I told you there was another way to pass? Right now, tonight?" Naruto looked at him. Mizuki told him about the Forbidden Scroll. A secret test. Steal it, learn one technique from it, demonstrate it for a proctor. Instant graduation. Mizuki's voice was smooth and his lies were polished, and Naruto listened to every word. Now here's where this version of Naruto differs from the version the world expected. Naruto knew something was off. He wasn't stupid. He had never been stupid. The academy graded him poorly because he couldn't do what they tested, and everyone confused that for a lack of intelligence. But Naruto had been reading people his entire life. When you grow up with an entire village looking at you like you're a disease, you learn to read faces fast. Mizuki's face was wrong. His smile was too eager. His eyes moved too much. But the Forbidden Scroll was real. And whatever was in it, Naruto's gut told him to go. Not because of Mizuki's test, because something in that scroll was calling to him. He could feel it, like a vibration in his bones. like a frequency only he could hear. So he went. The Hokage's office, past midnight. Naruto dropped through the skylight. Because the door had seals and seals were chakra-based and he couldn't trigger them anyway, which meant the security system literally could not detect him. The irony of having no chakra making him invisible to the most secure building in the village was not lost on him. The scroll was in the vault behind Hokage's desk. The vault had a chakra lock. Naruto looked at it, looked at the wall next to it, put his fist through the drywall, reached around the lock mechanism from behind, and physically ripped the bolt out of the frame. Brute force. Always brute force. It worked every time. He grabbed the scroll, and the second his fingers touched the casing, his whole body seized. Something inside the scroll pulsed. Not chakra. Something else. Something that recognized him. Something that had been waiting. Naruto's eyes went wide. His heart hammered. He took the scroll and ran. The forest clearing. 3 hours before dawn. Naruto unrolled the scroll across the grass, and the moonlight caught the ink inside. He couldn't read most of it. The techniques required chakra pathways he didn't have. Shadow clone jutsu, worthless to him. Edo Tensei, disgusting and worthless. Flying Thunder God, required seal mastery and chakra output, neither of which he possessed. But at the very bottom of the scroll, past every named technique, there was a section written in ink that looked different. Older, blacker. The characters weren't standard kanji. They looked like they'd been burned into the parchment rather than brushed. And they were pulsing. Naruto touched them. The reaction was instantaneous. The black ink erupted off the scroll like it was alive. It spiraled up Naruto's right arm, wrapped around his shoulder, pooled in his palm, and then solidified. Weight appeared in his hand. Real, physical, impossible weight. The ink became iron. The iron became a blade. It was enormous, longer than Naruto was tall, wider than his torso. A two-handed broadsword made of dark, rusted metal with a jagged edge that looked like something had chewed on it. It was ugly. It was crude. It looked like it belonged in a junkyard, not a weapon rack. And the second Naruto's fingers closed around the grip, every cell in his body sang. He knew this sword. Not from this life. From before. From the deepest part of himself that he could never quite reach. This was his. This had always been his. It had been waiting for him across lifetimes and worlds, and he was holding it again. The Demon Slayer's sword. His left hand was shaking. His eyes were burning. Something was crawling up from the bottom of his soul. Not a memory, but a feeling. A truth. A declaration that had been screamed so many times across so many battles that it was etched into the fabric of reality itself. My chakra. Naruto's voice was barely a whisper. Then it wasn't. My chakra is never giving up. The words ripped out of him like thunder. The trees around the clearing bent backward from the sheer volume. Birds exploded out of branches for half a mile, and the sword in his hands hummed, a low, resonant vibration that said yes. Yes. Welcome back. Naruto stood there in the moonlight, holding a weapon that no one in this world had ever seen. Tears running down his face, and the biggest grin of his life splitting his cheeks wide open. Then Mizuki arrived. Well, the silver-haired Chunin said, stepping out of the tree line. His friendly mask was gone. What was underneath was cold and ugly and satisfied. Thanks for doing the hard part, demon brat. Now hand over the scroll. Naruto turned. The sword was still in his hands. Demon brat? Oh, you don't know? Mizuki's grin was cruel and wide. Nobody ever told you? That thing sealed inside you, the nine-tailed fox that attacked the village 12 years ago. It's inside you. You're the monster that killed hundreds of people. That's why everyone hates you. That's why you'll never be anything. You're a demon wearing a kid's skin. Naruto stared at him. Here's what Mizuki expected. Tears, shock, denial, a broken child shattering under the weight of truth. Here's what Mizuki got. Naruto tilting his head slightly to the left, adjusting his grip on the Demon Slayer's sword and saying, and Mizuki blinked. What? You said there's a fox sealed in me. Cool. Is that supposed to change something? Am I supposed to cry? Naruto's grin came back. It was feral. I've had the entire village looking at me like trash since the day I was born. You think I didn't figure out there was a reason? Dude, I just don't care. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I don't have chakra. I don't have parents. I don't have a family name that opens doors. And apparently I've got a demon fox stuffed in my gut. You know what I do have? He raised the sword. The rusted blade caught the moonlight. This and me, that's enough. Mizuki's face twisted. You arrogant little. He ripped the giant shuriken off his back. The Fuma shuriken, razor-edged and spinning. Die, demon! He threw it. The massive blade whirled through the air at lethal speed, aimed directly at Naruto's chest. Naruto didn't dodge. He brought the Demon Slayer's sword up in a rising slash. The Fuma shuriken hit the blade and stopped. Not deflected, not redirected, stopped. The spinning force died instantly on contact. The shuriken hung in the air against the sword's flat for one impossible second, drained of all its rotational chakra-enhanced momentum, and then clattered to the ground like a piece of dead metal. Mizuki's eyes went wide. What? What did you? Naruto was already moving. He closed 30 feet of distance in under a second. No chakra enhancement, no body flicker technique, pure explosive leg strength, the result of 12 years of training so intense that his body had become something beyond what normal shinobi physiology should allow. 1 second he was there. The next he was here. Mizuki barely got his arms up. Naruto swung the flat of the Demon Slayer's sword into Mizuki's guard, and the Chunin's forearm shattered on impact. The sound was wet and horrible. Mizuki screamed. He flew backward 20 feet, hit a tree trunk, cratered the bark, and slid to the ground. But Mizuki was a Chunin. A traitor and a bastard, but still trained. He fought through the pain. His hands, broken, useless, formed a seal anyway, muscle memory overriding agony. Fire style, fireball jutsu. He spat flame. A ball of orange-red destruction 3 feet wide rocketed toward Naruto's face. Naruto swung the Demon Slayer's sword downward. The fireball hit the blade and vanished, not scattered, not split, vanished. The chakra that comprised the technique, the fire nature transformation, the shape manipulation, the molded energy holding the whole thing together, all of it hit the anti-chakra edge of that black blade and ceased to exist. One frame it was fire. Next frame it was nothing. The clearing was silent. Mizuki stared. His brain was trying to process what his eyes were showing him and failing completely. How? He croaked. That's impossible. Naruto walked forward. Each step was heavy. The sword dragged sparks off the ground behind him. His face was not angry. It was not cruel. It was the face of someone who had already decided this fight was over and was just waiting for the other person to catch up. Here's what's going to happen, Mizuki-sensei. Naruto stopped 3 feet away. The sword rested on his shoulder. You're going to stay down, and I'm going to take this scroll back. And tomorrow I'm going to graduate. And the day after that, I'm going to start becoming Hokage. And there isn't a damn thing in this world that can stop me. Mizuki lunged, because cornered animals lunge. A kunai in his teeth, the only weapon he could hold with his arms destroyed, straight for Naruto's throat. Naruto didn't even adjust his stance. He headbutted the kunai. The blade snapped against his forehead. Mizuki's jaw cracked from the force of the impact transmitted through the handle. The Chunin dropped. Naruto stood over him, forehead bleeding slightly, grinning like a maniac. I told you, he said. My chakra is never giving up. That's when Iruka arrived at the clearing. Iruka had tracked Naruto the moment the alarm went out about the stolen scroll. He'd been running through the forest for an hour. He'd heard the explosion of the fireball jutsu. He'd run faster. He burst into the clearing with a kunai drawn in his heart and his throat, and Naruto was standing there, holding a sword the size of a person. Mizuki was face down in the dirt, unconscious, both arms bent angles that made Iruka's stomach turn. Hey, Iruka-sensei! Naruto waved with his free hand, casual, like he was greeting him at the ramen stand. Mizuki was a traitor. I beat him up. Also, I found a sword. Also, apparently there's a fox inside me? Busy night. Iruka's kunai slipped from numb fingers. He looked at the sword, looked at Mizuki, looked at Naruto. This kid he'd watched fail the clone jutsu 6 times in a row. This kid who ran laps until his shoes disintegrated. This kid who screamed about being Hokage every single day like it was a religious vow. Iruka's vision blurred. His legs gave out. He sat down hard on the forest floor. Iruka-sensei, you okay? Iruka was crying, big, ugly snot running down his face, crying. Not sad tears, not even happy tears exactly. Something deeper. Relief, maybe. Pride, fear, wonder. The kind of tears that come when you see something you always believed in become real. Yeah, Iruka managed, wiping his face with his sleeve. He reached into his vest and pulled out a Konoha forehead protector. Standard issue. He held it out. You passed, Naruto. Naruto's eyes went wide. But I didn't. You protected the scroll. You defeated a traitor. You demonstrated a unique combat ability that no one in this village has ever seen. Iruka's voice was steady even through the tears. That's more than enough. Take it. Naruto took the headband. He looked at it. The metal plate caught the moonlight. The leaf symbol stared back at him. He tied it around his forehead. His grin could have lit up the entire forest. Iruka-sensei. Yeah? Thank you for always believing I'd get here. Iruka stood up, dusted off his pants, looked at this kid. No, this genin, this shinobi, this force of nature holding a weapon from another world and wearing a smile that could move mountains. Don't thank me, Iruka said. I didn't do anything. You did this. All of it. Every push-up, every lap, every morning you got up and chose to keep going when anyone else would have quit. That was you. Only you. Naruto nodded. His grip on the Demon Slayer sword tightened. Dawn was coming. The first light was hitting the treetops, and somewhere in the village below, a new day was starting. Naruto Uzumaki, genin of the Hidden Leaf Village, vessel of the Nine-Tailed Fox, wielder of the Demon Slayer sword, and the loudest, most physically terrifying 12-year-old in the entire elemental nations, was just getting started. 2 days later, the team placements were announced. In the Hokage's office, the morning before the ceremony, Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at the roster board and stroked his beard. The standard placements wouldn't work this time. Naruto Uzumaki had no chakra. Putting him on a standard team under a standard jonin would be setting him up for conflict. A sensei who couldn't teach him, teammates who couldn't relate to him. Put him with Guy, said Nara Shikaku from the corner of the room where the jonin commander was reviewing the files. It's obvious. Hiruzen nodded. It was obvious. Might Guy, the man who had proven that a shinobi with no talent for ninjutsu or genjutsu could become one of the most powerful combatants alive through taijutsu alone. The man who had trained Rock Lee, another student with no ninjutsu ability. The man who would look at Naruto Uzumaki and see exactly what Iruka had seen, but with the tools to actually forge it into something that could shake the world. Team 3, Hiruzen said. Might Guy Sensei, Naruto Uzumaki, Rock Lee, Hyuga Neji, and Tenten. 4 students? Guy can handle it. And Naruto needs to be on a team that won't slow him down. Shikaku looked at the file on Naruto, the test scores, the physical conditioning numbers, the incident report from the Forbidden Scroll recovery, the medical note about the anti-chakra reaction that had turned a boy's entire arm black for 3 seconds before the sword appeared. You're not worried about him? Shikaku asked. I'm worried about everyone else, Hiruzen said. He lit his pipe. Naruto is going to become something we've never seen before. The only question is whether we help him or get out of his way. Academy classroom. Team assignments. Iruka stood at the front with his clipboard, reading off names. The graduating class sat in rows, buzzing with anticipation. Team 7. Sasuke Uchiha Sakura Haruno. Your sensei will be Kakashi Hatake. Sakura cheered. Sasuke didn't react. Everyone noticed the team was only 2 people. Unusual. Team 3. Naruto Uzumaki. Every head turned. Naruto was sitting in the back row, the Demon Slayer's sword leaning against the wall behind him because it was too big to fit under the desk. He perked up at his name. Rock Lee, Hyuga Neji, Tenten. Your sensei will be Might Guy. Silence. Then Kiba Inuzuka said what half the room was thinking. Wait, isn't that the team with 2 people who can't do ninjutsu? On the same squad? 3 people who are going to kick your ass, Kiba. Naruto shouted from the back. Keep talking. Youthful. Lee stood up from his seat 3 rows ahead of Naruto, fist raised, tears already forming. A comrade who shares my burning spirit. This is the most beautiful day of my life. Your life is just getting started, Lee. Let's go. Yes, let's go. They were both crying. They had known each other for approximately 8 seconds. Neji, sitting between them, closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. Tenten put her head on her desk. What did I do to deserve this? She whispered to no one. Iruka smiled despite himself. Training ground 9. 1 hour later. The sun was high and hot, and 4 genins stood in a line facing the most muscular man any of them had ever seen. Might Guy stood before them in his green jumpsuit, hands on his hips, teeth gleaming, bowl cut perfectly arranged, and eyes absolutely streaming with tears. "Students," he bellowed, "today is the dawn of your youth. And I," his voice cracked, "I have never been more proud to stand before four such magnificent young flames." He was looking at Naruto, specifically at Naruto. The tears were intensifying. "A boy who has no chakra," Guy said, his voice dropping into something almost reverent, "who was told he could never be a shinobi, who trained anyway, who built his body into a weapon when the world gave him nothing else to work with, who found his own path when every road was closed to him." Guy's lip trembled. "Naruto Uzumaki, you are the embodiment of the springtime of youth." "Thanks, Guy-sensei." Naruto grinned huge. "You're pretty cool too." "And Rock Lee," Guy spun to face his other prodigy. "My beloved student, now you have a rival, a true rival, someone who matches your fire." Lee was already crying so hard he couldn't speak. He just gave a thumbs up. "Tenten, the weapons genius who will revolutionize close quarters combat." Tenten raised a hand. "Thanks, sensei." "And Neji, the genius of the Hyuga clan. Together you four will become." "Can we start training?" Neji said flatly. "Yes, immediately. 1,000 laps around the village." Neji's eye twitched. 1,000. But Naruto and Lee were already gone, already running, already screaming at each other about who would finish first. The dust trail they left behind looked like a small tornado had passed through. Tenten watched them go. "Are they always going to be like this?" "I certainly hope so," Guy said, wiping his eyes. "Now then, shall we?" He took off after them. Tenten sighed. Neji's jaw was clenched. They followed. This was Team 3, and nothing in the Leaf Village would ever be the same. Training under Might Guy was not training. It was war against your own limitations, fought every day with no surrender accepted. The first week, Guy assessed his students. Lee, he already knew, a taijutsu prodigy with no ninjutsu who compensated through efforts so extreme it bordered on self-destruction. Neji was a natural genius with the Byakugan and the gentle fist, requiring refinement rather than reconstruction. Tenten had accuracy that bordered on supernatural with thrown weapons and a curiosity about all forms of combat. And Naruto. Guy spent 3 days observing Naruto's baseline. What he found made the green beast of Konoha grin wider than he'd grinned since the last time he beat Kakashi at anything. The boy's physical stats were already Chunin level. At 12, without chakra enhancement, his speed was absurd, his strength was grotesque, his stamina was essentially infinite. Guy ran him for 14 hours straight on the second day, and Naruto finished the run asking if they could do cooldown sprints. And then there was the sword. Guy watched Naruto train with the Demon Slayer's sword, and something primal stirred in his shinobi instincts. The boy swung that massive blade like it weighed nothing. He was self-taught and rough, all power and no technique, but the raw material was staggering. And the anti-chakra property, Guy threw a chakra-enhanced punch at the blade as a test. The moment his chakra-wrapped fist touched the flat of the sword, the enhancement vanished. His fist hit bare metal with no boost. Guy pulled his hand back and stared at it. "Fascinating," Guy murmured. "Cool, right?" Naruto spun the blade over his shoulder. "I don't know exactly how it works, but anything with chakra in it just stops when it touches this thing. Ninjutsu, chakra boosts, anything." "Naruto." Guy's eyes were serious now. "Do you understand what you are? Awesome. You are a natural counter to every shinobi alive." Guy crossed his arms. "Every ninja relies on chakra. It is the foundation of everything we do, and you carry a weapon that removes that foundation on contact. Combined with your physical abilities, you are not just a taijutsu specialist. You are something entirely new." Naruto's grin sharpened. "Then teach me how to be even newer." Guy laughed. The sound echoed across the training ground. "With pleasure." The training regimen Guy designed for Naruto was this. Morning, 5,000 push-ups, 5,000 sit-ups, 5,000 squats, 10-kilometer run. On hands. Uphill. Afternoon, sword technique. Guy was not a swordsman, but he understood combat physics better than almost anyone alive. He brought in scrolls. He studied blade mechanics. He adapted his understanding of weight transfer, momentum, and body positioning to the massive Demon Slayer sword's unique profile. He worked with Naruto on stances, on follow-through, on using the sword's absurd weight as an asset rather than a handicap. Evening. Sparring. Against Lee. Against Guy himself. Against both at the same time. And every third day against Neji. because fighting the Gentle Fist taught Naruto how to handle speed-based close-range opponents, and because watching Neji's Byakugan react to the anti-chakra field around the sword was giving them all valuable data. Tenten's contribution was different. She studied the Demon Slayer sword obsessively, took measurements, tested its properties with chakra-infused weapons, throwing kunai wrapped in fire chakra at the blade to watch the element drain away on contact. She kept notebooks full of observations and theories. It's not just absorbing the chakra, she told Naruto one evening, reviewing her notes by lamplight. It's destroying it, erasing it from existence. There's no energy return. It just stops being the ultimate anti-jutsu weapon, Naruto said. More than that, Tenten's eyes were bright. If this works on all forms of molded chakra, then barriers, shields, enhancement techniques, summons, sealing jutsu, anything that requires maintained chakra output, all of it is vulnerable to this blade. Even the Byakugan techniques? Naruto glanced at Neji, who was pretending not to listen from across the clearing. Theoretically? Tenten said. Even rotation. Neji's jaw tightened. He said nothing, but Naruto saw the flicker of something in those pale eyes. Something that might have been fear, good. The rivalry between Naruto and Rock Lee deserves its own attention because it was, without exaggeration, one of the most entertaining things happening in the Leaf Village at any given time. They raced each other everywhere, on foot, on hands, backward, with weights, without weights, up walls, across rooftops, through the marketplace at rush hour, knocking over vegetable carts and leaving a trail of screaming civilians and barking dogs behind them. They competed on everything. Push-up counts, pull-up counts, how long they could hold a handstand on one finger, who could carry a heavier boulder up the Hokage monument without stopping, who could do more laps around the village in a day. The current record, held by Lee by a margin of 2 laps, was 408. Their training sessions together were the stuff of legend among the other Genin teams. People would come to Training Ground 9 just to watch. 2 boys with no ninjutsu, operating on nothing but muscle and willpower, moving at speeds that made Chunin go, "Wait, what?" and hitting each other hard enough to crack training posts in half. Lee was faster. That was clear. His speed, especially without the weights Guy had given him, was something that belonged in a different weight class entirely. When Lee dropped those leg weights, the ground cracked beneath him. He became a green blur that even some Jonin couldn't track. But Naruto hit harder. The Demon Slayer's sword gave him reach that Lee couldn't match, and his raw striking power, even barehanded, produced shockwaves that pushed air. When Naruto slammed his fist into a training post, the post didn't crack. It exploded. They pushed each other every single day. Lee made Naruto faster, Naruto made Lee tougher, and both of them screamed at volumes that made Guy weep with pride and made Neji develop a persistent facial tic. "You will not beat me today, Naruto-kun. Bet, let's go right now. 500 laps. 1,000. Deal." Tenten, watching from a safe distance with earplugs in, took notes. Neji, meditating on the far side of the training ground with his Byakugan active specifically to track their movements for his own training, refused to admit that he was learning anything from those 2 lunatics. He was. But he died before he said it. Months passed. Missions happened. D ranks that bored Naruto to tears. Catching cats, painting fences, weeding gardens. He did them all at maximum effort because Guy told him every task was training, and Naruto believed it. He caught the cat so fast it didn't know it was caught. He painted the fence in 12 minutes. He weeded the garden by ripping the weeds out so hard the roots left craters. Then the C rank started. Escort missions, patrol routes, bandit removal. Naruto's first encounter with enemy combatants happened on a C rank escort to the land of T. 4 bandits blocked the road. They had weapons. They had numbers. They thought they had the advantage. Naruto drew the Demon Slayer sword. The bandits looked at the 12-year-old holding a weapon bigger than him and laughed. 2 seconds later, all 4 of them were on the ground. Naruto hadn't even swung the blade. He'd just run through them so fast the wind pressure knocked them off their feet, then cracked the lead bandit's jaw with the flat of the pommel on the way past. Guy gave him a thumbs up. Lee applauded. Tenten timed it. Neji said nothing, which for Neji was basically a standing ovation. This was life on Team 3. Loud, fast, physical, and absolutely unhinged. and Naruto loved every second of it. 6 months after graduation, the Chunin exams were announced. Guy brought his team together in the early morning fog of Training Ground 9. His face was serious. Well, serious for Guy, which meant he was only crying a little. The Chunin selection exams begin next week, he told them. Teams from across the 5 great nations will be competing. This will be your first true test against opponents who are not from this village. Opponents who will use ninjutsu you have never seen. Opponents who will not hold back. His gaze moved to Naruto, then to Lee. Both of them were vibrating with excitement, literally vibrating, like tuning forks made of muscle. I believe in each of you, Guy said. You have trained harder than any Genin team I have ever seen. You are ready. Yosh! Lee and Naruto screamed simultaneously. Also, Guy added, Naruto. Yeah? When you walk into that exam building carrying that sword, people are gonna stare. Naruto's grin was predatory. Good. The first stage of the Chunin exams, the exam building. Teams from every major village filing in through the main entrance. Sand, sound, rain, grass, leaf. Dozens of Genin, many of them older, many of them clearly dangerous, all of them sizing each other up. Team 3 walked in, and the room got noticeably quieter. Because Naruto Uzumaki was carrying the Demon Slayer sword across his back on a leather strap, and the weapon was so massive it took up the entire width of his body, plus several extra inches on each side. He was 12 years old, and he was carrying a blade that looked like it had been forged for a giant. His arms were bare and corded with muscle that had no business being on someone his age. His headband was tight on his forehead, and his eyes were scanning the room with the kind of energy that said, I'm looking for a fight, and I hope you're it. Lee walked beside him in his green jumpsuit, moving with the fluid grace of someone whose body was 100% weapon. Neji was behind them, Byakugan deactivated but posture screaming danger. Tenten brought up the rear, weapon scrolls at her hips, expression sharp and alert. Kiba Inuzuka, already seated across the room with Team 7, 8, and 10, said what everyone was thinking. Holy crap, Naruto got bigger! Shikamaru Nara looked at Team 3 and then looked at the ceiling. What a drag! I do not want to fight any of them. Ino Yamanaka leaned forward. Is that a sword? Where did he get a sword? Sasuke Uchiha, arms crossed, watched Naruto from across the room. His Sharingan was not active, but his eyes were working overtime. He was measuring, comparing. The kid who had failed every academy practical was now built like a weapon, carrying a weapon, and moving through a room full of hostile shinobi with the swagger of someone who had already won. Something hot and acidic stirred in Sasuke's chest. He didn't name it. Naruto caught his eye and grinned. Waved. Yo, Sasuke, good luck in there. Sasuke looked away. The written exam. Room full of desks. Ibiki Morino at the front, scarred and terrifying. Rules explained. Papers passed out. The questions were deliberately impossible. The test was actually about intelligence gathering and information warfare. Naruto looked at his paper. 10 questions. All of them required technical knowledge about sealing theory, advanced chakra mechanics, and tactical formations that he had never studied in depth. He couldn't cheat with ninjutsu because he didn't have ninjutsu. He picked up his pencil. He answered what he could. The ones he didn't know, and that was most of them, he left blank. No panic, no stress. Because Naruto had figured out the real test within the first 5 minutes. Everyone around him was cheating. He could see it. Byakugan users scanning papers, mirror techniques reflecting answers, puppet mechanisms passing notes, bugs crawling between desks. The proctors were watching for cheaters, but not to fail them, to see how good they were at cheating. But the 10th question, that was the trap. Naruto could feel it. 45 minutes in, Ibiki stood up. It's time for the 10th question. He explained the rules. Take it and risk everything. Refuse and walk away safe, but eliminated. A psychological pressure test designed to break anyone with doubt in their gut. Hands went up. Teams left. The room thinned. Ibiki's eyes found Naruto. The kid with the sword was still sitting there. His paper was mostly blank. He should be the most scared person in this room. Naruto's hand did not go up. You're not leaving? Ibiki asked him directly. Naruto leaned back in his chair. Leaving? Why would I leave? If I fail, I'll just take the exam again and again and again after that. Until I pass or until they stop giving the exam. He pointed at Ibiki with his pencil. I don't quit things. That's not what I do. The room was watching him. Every remaining genin was watching this kid with a blank exam paper and the giant sword talk to one of the most intimidating men in the Leaf Village, like they were having a friendly conversation. There is no 11th attempt, Ibiki said. If you fail, you are a genin forever. Cool, Naruto said. Then I'll be the strongest genin who ever lived. Still not leaving. Ibiki stared at him for 5 full seconds. Then he smiled. The scar on his face stretched with it. You pass. The Forest of Death. Second stage. 3 days. 1 scroll to start. Need 2 to finish. Find another team. Take their scroll. Survive. Team 3 entered through Gate 7. The moment the fence opened, Lee and Naruto were gone, launching into the trees at speeds that made the proctor's jaw drop. There, already at full sprint, the proctor muttered to himself. Neji activated his Byakugan and followed at a more measured pace. Tenten kept formation between them all, scrolls ready. Within the first hour, they had their second scroll. A rain team tried to ambush them with water-style techniques. Naruto swung the Demon Slayer's sword through the water dragon before it fully formed. The jutsu evaporated on contact. Lee appeared behind the caster and dropped him with a single kick to the spine. Neji sealed the other two's tenketsu before they could form hand signs. Total engagement time 11 seconds. That was fast, Tenten said, picking up the dropped scroll. Too fast, Naruto complained. I wanted to fight more. Patience, Lee said, which was ironic coming from someone who was already jogging in place. There will be stronger opponents deeper in. Lee was right, but the strongest opponent they would face in this forest wasn't looking for scrolls. Day 2, deep in the Forest of Death. The trees were thicker here, older. The canopy blotted out the sky. Team 3 was moving fast toward the central tower when the air changed. Naruto felt it before anyone else. Not chakra. He couldn't sense chakra. What he felt was pressure. The kind of pressure that pushes down on your chest and makes your bones want to fold. Killing intent so dense it was almost physical. He stopped, pulled the Demon Slayer sword off his back. Something's here, he said. Neji's Byakugan flared. His face went white. That chakra level, that's not a genin. That's not even a jonin. What is that? The trees in front of them exploded. A figure stood in the wreckage. Tall, pale, long black hair, a face that was wrong in a way that made your skin crawl. Too smooth, too perfect, too hungry. My, the figure said, tongue extending past its chin like a snake tasting the air. Team guy. I was looking for the Uchiha, but this is much more interesting. That's Orochimaru, Neji hissed. His hands were trembling. Sanin. S rank, we need to run, now. A Sanin? Lee's stance shifted. His hands came up. His training screamed at him. This was beyond them, far beyond them. Naruto stepped forward. The Demon Slayer sword was in both hands. His eyes were locked on Orochimaru, not scared, not frozen, locked on. Naruto. Neji's voice was sharp. This is not someone we can— I don't run, Naruto said. His voice was even. His grip was steady. And I definitely don't run from guys who look like they need sunscreen. Orochimaru laughed. The sound of it was wet and wrong. Bold little genin. Let me see what you can do. His hands moved. Seals formed faster than any of them could track. Wind style, great breakthrough. The air in front of Orochimaru compressed and then released in a wall of force. It ripped through the clearing like a hurricane. Trees bending, dirt flying. The sheer volume of wind enough to send all 4 genin hurtling backward into oblivion. Naruto planted his feet, both hands on the grip. He raised the Demon Slayer sword above his head and brought it down in the heaviest swing of his life. The blade cut through the wall of wind. Not through. Into. The great breakthrough hit the anti-chakra edge, and the wind technique simply stopped existing where the blade touched it. A perfect vertical line of null force appeared in the center of the attack. The sword had cut a path of erasure straight through the jutsu. The wind split around the blade's range and crashed past Team 3 on both sides. But directly behind Naruto, nothing. Stillness. Orochimaru's smile vanished, his yellow eyes narrowed, his tongue retracted. He stared at the boy and the blade with an intensity that had dissected nations. Anti-chakra, the Sanin murmured. What a fascinating mutation. Get behind me, Naruto shouted to his team without looking back. I've got this. Naruto, you can't fight a Sanin, Tenten started, but Orochimaru was already moving. His hand went to his mouth. The snake sword, Kusanagi, emerged from his throat in a motion that should have been impossible and was definitely disgusting. The legendary blade extended on a telescoping tongue of steel, rocketing toward Naruto's chest at a speed that should have been undodgeable. Naruto didn't dodge. Madara! He brought the Demon Slayer sword across his body in a horizontal guard. Kusanagi crashed into it. The metal screamed. The anti-chakra couldn't erase a physical blade. Kusanagi wasn't a jutsu, but it was chakra enhanced, and that enhancement died the moment it made contact. Kusanagi went from legendary weapon to normal steel in the space of a heartbeat. Naruto slid backwards 6 feet from the impact. His sandals carved furrows in the dirt. But he was standing. He was holding. And then he pushed forward. With a roar that sounded like it came from somewhere deeper than his throat, Naruto shoved the snake sword aside, took one massive step, and drove his forehead into Orochimaru's face. The headbutt connected with the bridge of the Sanin's nose. There was a crack, not bone, something else. The fake face Orochimaru was wearing rippled and peeled back from the impact point, revealing paler skin beneath. Blood ran from the Sanin's nostril. Orochimaru stumbled backward, one step, just one. But it was enough. Because Orochimaru of the Sanin, the man who had fought Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had experimented on hundreds of shinobi, who had not been surprised by a child in decades, had just been forced back by a genin. His yellow eyes widened, then they crinkled at the corners. Oh, he breathed. Oh, you are something special. I'm Naruto Uzumaki! Naruto screamed at him, blood on his forehead from where it had split against the Sanin's face. And you're not welcome in my forest. Orochimaru's tongue flicked. He looked at Naruto, looked at the sword, looked at the impossible anti-chakra void that surrounded this child like a dead zone. Then he took another step back. We'll meet again, Orochimaru said. Soon. I'm very interested in you, Naruto-kun. He sank into the ground, gone, like he was never there. The clearing was silent except for Naruto's heavy breathing and the settling of dust. Lee was the first to speak. Did you just headbutt a Sanin? Naruto turned around. His forehead was bleeding. His grin was so wide it looked like it might split his face in half. Yeah, and he ran away. Did you see that? He ran. Tenten's legs gave out. She sat down on a broken log. We should be dead. We should all be dead right now. Neji was staring at Naruto. His Bakugan was still active. His hands were still trembling. But the expression on his face was not fear. It was something else entirely. Something he would never admit to feeling. He retreated, Neji said. A Sanin retreated from us. From him, Tenten corrected, pointing at Naruto. Same thing, Naruto said. We're a team. Guy appeared from the trees 30 seconds later. He had been en route the moment he felt Orochimaru's killing intent from across the forest. He arrived to find his genin team alive, unharmed, and Naruto flexing about a headbutt. Guy looked at the destroyed clearing, looked at his students, felt the lingering traces of Orochimaru's presence. Tears. Incredible, flooding, waterfall tears. The springtime of youth, he wailed, grabbing all 4 of them in a hug that cracked ribs. My beautiful, insane, magnificent students! News of the encounter spread through the tower before Team 3 even arrived with their scrolls. By the time they walked through the central building's doors, every other team was staring. Whispers moved like fire. That blonde kid forced Orochimaru to retreat. Head-butted him, I heard. The sword erased a Winjutsu? What is that weapon? Sasuke heard it all. He sat in the corner of the waiting room, arms crossed, Sharingan inactive but mind-racing. Orochimaru, the Sanin he was supposed to find, the one who might offer him the power he needed, and Naruto had met him first, had fought him first, had driven him off first. The acid in Sasuke's chest burned hotter. The preliminary rounds. Too many teams passed the forest of death to move straight to the finals. One-on-one fights, determined randomly, right now, in this arena. Names scrolled on the board overhead. Matches were set. The genin gathered on the balcony above the arena floor, watching, waiting. Naruto watched the fights with hungry eyes. He studied each one, learned the opponents. Lee was next to him, doing handstand push-ups on the railing because standing still was physically impossible for him. Neji was a statue. Tenten made notes. Several matches passed. Then, Naruto Uzumaki versus Zaku Abumiya Sound Village genin, the one with tubes in his palms that launched compressed air waves, supersonic slicing wave. He'd been mouthy all day, bragging about his village's superiority. Naruto dropped from the balcony to the arena floor. He didn't use the stairs, he just jumped. 20-foot drop, landed in a crouch that cracked the tile, stood up rolling his shoulder, the Demon Slayer sword already in his right hand. Zaku landed across from him. Cocky grin, arms raised, palms pointing forward. A sword? Against sound waves? You're dead, leaf trash. The proctor's hand dropped. Begin! Supersonic slicing wave. Zaku fired both arms. Twin blasts of compressed chakra-enhanced air screamed across the arena. Naruto didn't swing the sword. He shifted to one hand, pointed the flat of the blade at the incoming attack like a shield, and stepped forward into the blast. The airwaves hit the Demon Slayer sword and ceased. Just ceased. The chakra maintaining their coherence dissolved on contact with the anti-chakra edge. The sound died. The pressure vanished. Naruto walked through the space where two killing techniques had been moments ago, like he was walking through a gentle breeze. Zaku's grin died. What? Naruto was across the arena in 2 steps. He didn't swing. He grabbed Zaku by the face with his free hand, lifted the sound nin off his feet, and drove him into the arena floor like he was slamming a basketball. The tile shattered in a circle. Zaku's body bounced once. He didn't get up. Naruto stood over him, sword over his shoulder, not even breathing hard. Sound waves are still chakra, and chakra doesn't work on me. The arena was dead silent. Then Lee's voice from the balcony. That was incredible, Naruto-kun. And Guy crying, youthful dominance. And Kiba whispering to Shino, remind me never to fight that guy. Troublesome. Sasuke said nothing. His fingers were digging into the railing. More matches passed. Lee fought magnificently, dropping his weights and devastating his opponent with speed alone. Tennin's weapon accuracy carried her through her match with brutal efficiency. Neji won with gentle fist precision that made the medics wince. Then the board scrolled again. Neji Hyuga versus Hinata Hyuga. The arena atmosphere shifted. Even people who didn't know the Hyuga clan's internal politics could feel the weight of this match. 2 people with the same eyes, the same last name, and a history written in pain. Hinata walked down to the arena floor. She was shaking. Her hands were unsteady, but she came down. She faced her cousin. Neji's face was stone. You should forfeit, Lady Hinata. Fate has already decided the outcome of this match. You were born weak. You will die weak. Nothing you do here will change what you are. I want to try, Hinata whispered. Then you'll suffer for nothing. The proctor dropped his hand. Begin. It wasn't a fight. It was an execution. Neji dismantled her. His gentle fist strikes hit tenketsu after tenketsu, not just disabling her arms and legs, but targeting the same points repeatedly. He was causing pain on purpose. He was making a point, and while he hit her, he talked. Destiny is absolute. You cannot escape what you were born to be. The main house, the branch house, the strong, the weak. These are the realities of this world. Your kindness, your effort, your hope, all of it is meaningless. You are fated to lose. Hinata fell, got up, fell again, got up again. Blood ran from her mouth. Her legs trembled. She could barely lift her arms. Neji struck her in the chest. She flew backward, hit the arena floor, slid, coughed blood. Her vision was fading, but she got back up. One more time. She got back up because someone on that balcony above her was watching. Someone whose voice was still ringing in her ears from every day she'd watched him train. Every morning she'd seen him run past her house, screaming his count. Every moment she'd drawn strength from his refusal to quit. She got back up, and Neji looked at her with something that might have been disgust. Enough. He launched forward, palm aimed at her heart. Full force. 8 trigrams. Naruto was over the railing before anyone saw him move. He didn't jump. He launched. The metal railing bent from the force of his legs pushing off it. He crossed 30 feet of vertical and horizontal distance in less than a heartbeat, and the Demon Slayer's sword was already swinging. Neji sensed it. His Byakugan caught the incoming projectile of a person, and his body reacted on pure instinct. Rotation! Neji spun. Chakra exploded from every tenketsu on his body and formed the spinning dome of absolute defense, the technique that had never been broken by anyone. The Hyuga's ultimate shield. The Demon Slayer's sword hit the rotation and went through it. The anti-chakra blade bit into the spinning vapor chakra, and the chakra parted like water around a hot knife. The dome destabilized, a visible crack spreading from the point of contact. the spinning energy faltering, collapsing, dissolving into nothing as the anti-chakra ate it alive from the point of entry. The rotation shattered. Neji stumbled. His spin broke. His eyes, the legendary Byakugan, went wide in a way that had never happened before. The absolute defense. The technique that was supposedly impervious. It was gone. Just gone. Naruto stood in front of him. The Demon Slayer's sword's dull edge was pressed against Neji's throat. Not the sharp side, the flat. A choice, a message. The arena was so silent you could hear individual heartbeats. I told you, Neji. Naruto's voice was low and steady, and it carried through the entire room. I don't give a damn about your destiny. Keep your hands off her. Neji's mouth opened. Nothing came out. Behind them, Hinata collapsed to her knees. Not from pain this time. Her eyes were wide and fixed on Naruto's back, and something in her chest was burning so bright it threatened to overwhelm everything else. In the stands, Guy was crying so hard his jumpsuit was getting wet. Lee was pumping both fists above his head. Tenten had her hand over her mouth. The other Jonin, Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma, were all staring at the shattered rotation's remains with expressions that said they needed a moment to recalculate everything they thought they knew. Kakashi's visible eye was narrow. He cut through rotation. That should be impossible. Evidently not, Kurenai whispered. On the balcony, Sasuke's knuckles were white on the railing. His Sharingan was active. It had activated without his permission the moment Naruto moved. Gaara of the desert, arms crossed, leaning against the wall with his gourd behind him, tilted his head slightly. For the first time since entering Konoha, something that wasn't boredom flickered across his face. Interesting, the Sand Jinchuriki murmured. Mother wants his blood. The proctor stepped forward. This match is over, Naruto said. He pulled the sword back from Neji's throat, sheathed it across his back, then turned his back on Neji Hyuga and walked to where Hinata was kneeling. He knelt down in front of her. She was crying, shaking. Her eyes couldn't seem to decide whether to look at him or look away. Hey, Naruto said. His voice was different now. Soft. The kind of soft he almost never was. You did amazing up there. I lost. You got up. Every time he put you down, you got back up. That's not losing. His grin appeared. Warm, honest. That's what winning looks like before the scoreboard catches up. Hinata's face crumbled. The tears came harder. She nodded rapidly, unable to speak. Naruto gave her a thumbs up, stood, and walked back to the balcony stairs. Every person in that arena watched him go. Neji stood alone in the center of the arena. His hand touched his throat where the blade had rested. His fingers were trembling. The absolute defense. Broken. His worldview had just developed a crack the size of a 12-year-old boy with a rusted sword and 0 chakra. The finals were set. Brackets determined. Training period, 1 month. Naruto trained like a demon. Guy pushed him harder than ever before. Speed drills that left after images. Strength training with weights that would crush most adults. Sword technique refinement. Two-handed, one-handed, aerial approaches, ground sweeps, ripostes, counters. They worked on his biggest weakness, opponents who didn't rely on chakra-based attacks. Pure taijutsu fighters like Lee, physical weapon users, anyone who could close distance without needing jutsu that the Demon Slayer's sword could erase. The answer was simple. Hit them first. Hit them harder. Be faster. Naruto was already fast. Under Guy's training, he became a blur. Not Lee's level of blur. Lee was still faster in raw foot speed, but Naruto's burst speed, the 0 to lethal acceleration he could produce in a single step, was terrifying. Combined with the sword's reach and his impossible strength, he became something that no one in his generation could handle. The month passed. The finals arrived, the Chunin exam finals arena. Full crowd. The Hokage in his box. Feudal lords watching. Every major clan head in attendance. The atmosphere was electric. Naruto's match was against a Sand Village puppet user. The kid came in with 3 puppets, all loaded with poison weapons and hidden mechanisms. A long-range specialist with multiple attack vectors. On paper, a terrible matchup for a close-range sword user. In practice? Begin. The puppet user launched all 3 constructs. Poison senbon fired from every joint. Flamethrowers hidden in puppet mouths ignited. Chakra strings connected the user to his weapons, guiding them with precision. Naruto ran straight at them. A puppet swept in from the left, buzzsaw arms spinning. Naruto's sword came down and split it in half. Not the wood, the chakra strings. The Demon Slayer sword's edge touched the invisible threads of chakra connecting the puppet to its user and severed them like cobwebs. The puppet collapsed, lifeless, mid-attack. Second puppet. Poison gas erupting from its chest cavity. Naruto held his breath and swung one-handed. The blade caught the remaining 2 chakra strings in a single arc. Both puppets fell. 3 seconds. 3 puppets, all dead on the arena floor. The crowd was still processing the first puppet's fall when the third hit the ground. The puppet user stood alone. No weapons. No defenses. 20 feet between him and the fastest genin in the Leaf Village. Naruto didn't even need the sword. He crossed the distance, grabbed the sand genin by his collar, lifted him clean off the ground, and said, "Forfeit." The kid forfeited. The crowd exploded. Civilians who had come to watch a tournament had never seen anything like that. Shinobi in the stands were leaning forward, whispering urgently. The daimyo's box was buzzing, and somewhere in the Kage section, the third Hokage allowed himself a small, satisfied smile around his pipe. More matches. Lee won his with spectacular taijutsu that had the crowd on their feet. Neji won his too, but there was something different in his style. Something that kept glancing toward the spot where Naruto was sitting in the competitor's box. The crack in his worldview had been widening all month. Sasuke won his match with Sharingan precision and fire jutsu that drew applause. But he watched Naruto's match replay in his memory the entire time. 3 seconds, 3 puppets, no jutsu, just speed and that damn sword. The brackets narrowed, the day advanced, the crowd grew louder, and then feathers started falling from the sky. Genjutsu, mass scale, civilians dropping into sleep in their seats. Even some Chunin succumbed before they could form the release seal. Naruto felt nothing. Genjutsu required disruption of chakra flow to the brain. He had no chakra flow. He was immune by default. The feathers drifted past his face like snow and did absolutely nothing. He was on his feet instantly. What's happening? Explosions. The arena wall detonated inward on the north side. Sand shinobi poured through the breach. Sound shinobi appeared on the rooftops. Where had they been hiding? The village defense forces scrambled. Orochimaru revealed himself in the Kage box. The purple barrier went up around him and the third Hokage. The Anbu couldn't breach it. The invasion had begun. But Naruto wasn't looking at the Kage box. He was looking at the sky, because the sand in the arena was moving, gathering, rising, a column of golden sand shooting upward from the arena floor where Gaara of the desert was standing. No, transforming. His face was half covered in a mask of sand. One arm was massive and clawed. His voice was deepening, distorting, becoming something that was not human. Blood, Gaara screamed. Mother wants blood. The transformation was building, getting bigger. The sand was climbing into the sky, forming a shape, limbs, a tail, a face. A tanuki's face, enormous, building-sized, the one tail. Shukaku, a tailed beast, was manifesting above the Hidden Leaf Village. Genin were fleeing. Chunin were forming defensive lines. Jonin were trying to get civilians clear. The sand construct was still growing, 50 feet, then 100, then taller than the arena itself. Shukaku's mad laughter split the air like thunder, and Naruto was running toward it. Naruto! Tenten screamed from somewhere behind him. That's a tailed beast! I know! He shouted back. Isn't it great? He burst out of the arena through the hole in the north wall. The street was chaos, debris, fighting, screaming. He ignored all of it. His eyes were fixed on the growing sand colossus above the rooftops. He ran toward it, through it. Every obstacle between him and that monster was something he didn't even slow down for. He reached the main avenue. Shukaku was fully formed now, towering over the village, Gaara's unconscious body visible on the forehead of the beast. The sand tanuki was laughing, an insane, gleeful sound that vibrated in your bones. Finally, free! Shukaku roared. I'll destroy everything! Ha ha! A wind bullet was charging. Naruto could see it, the beast's mouth opening, air compressing between its jaws, the space around it distorting from the pressure. When it fired, it would level city blocks. Naruto dug his heels in, drew the Demon Slayer's sword, looked up at something the size of a mountain that was about to try to kill him. His grin was back. Okay, big guy, he screamed at the top of his lungs, both hands on the grip, feet planted. Let's see what you've got. Shukaku fired. The wind bullet came screaming down. A compressed sphere of chakra-infused air the size of a house. moving fast enough to create a sonic boom aimed directly at the tiny blonde speck that was shouting at it. Naruto jumped, not with chakra, with his legs. Both feet drove into the ground, and the ground cracked in a 10-foot radius, and Naruto launched like a missile, straight up, hundreds of feet. The trajectory was a collision course with the incoming wind bullet. He was going to hit it head on. "He's insane!" someone screamed from a rooftop below. Naruto raised the Demon Slayer sword above his head at the apex of his jump. The wind bullet filled his entire field of vision. He could feel the air pressure shredding at his clothes, pushing against his face. He brought the blade down, and inside the seal, Kurama opened one eye. The nine-tailed fox had been watching this boy since the day of sealing, had watched him train, watched him fight, watched him refuse over and over and over to quit, had watched this absolutely deranged human launch himself into the air toward a tailed beast attack with nothing but a sword and a scream. And something stirred in the ancient beast, something it hadn't felt in centuries. Curiosity, respect, madness responding to madness. Whatever it was, Kurama let one drop of red chakra leak through the seal. Just one drop. That was all. It hit Naruto's void, the anti-chakra emptiness that existed where his chakra coil should have been, and the reaction was violent. It was not a cloak. It could never be a cloak. The Nine Tails chakra could not form the standard Jinchuriki manifestation in a body that had no coils to channel it through. Instead, it hit the void, and the void transformed it, converted it, twisted it into something entirely new, black. Anti-energy flooded the right half of Naruto's body, not red, black, thick, sludgy, seething with a power that was neither chakra nor anti-chakra, but something born from the collision of both. It covered his right arm, his right shoulder, crept up the right side of his neck. Then the wing. It erupted from his right shoulder blade like a blade of night itself. One wing, massive, jagged-edged, pure black against the sky. It spread wide, 10 feet, 12 feet, and the air around it distorted like reality was uncomfortable with its presence. His right eye changed. The blue bled away and crimson flooded in. Blood red, slitted, demonic. And in his left hand, weight, new weight. A second sword materialized from the same void, dragged into existence by the black energy. Thinner than the Demon Slayer, darker, its edge hummed with an eagerness that felt alive, the Demon Dweller sword. Two swords, one wing, half his body consumed in black anti-energy. And when Naruto opened his mouth to scream, two voices came out, his own and something deeper, something older, something that echoed across lifetimes. "I'm not done yet!" The sound of it shook the air itself. Shinobi on rooftops below felt their bones vibrate. Naruto swung the Demon Slayer sword downward into the wind bullet. The technique split, not deflected, split. The anti-chakra blade drove through the center of the compressed wind sphere, and the chakra holding it together came apart at the seam. Two halves of a wind bullet separated around Naruto's body and dispersed into nothing behind him. Gone. Erased. A tailed beast's attack nullified midair by a 12-year-old with a wing and a scream. Below, every conscious person in the village was looking up. Kakashi Hatake had his headband raised. His Sharingan was watching, and even IT was having trouble tracking the energy output. What is he? Mike Guy stood on a rooftop, tears streaming down his face, fist clenched at his side. "That's my student!" he roared to no one and everyone. "That's the springtime of youth!" Hiruzen Sarutobi, inside the barrier with Orochimaru, felt the energy signature, and his pipe nearly fell from his mouth for the second time in a year. Orochimaru felt it too. His tongue ran across his lips. "Fascinating," the Sannin whispered. "Absolutely fascinating." Up above the village, Naruto didn't stop. The black wing beat once, twice, and he was accelerating forward straight at Shukaku. A black comet trailing anti-energy like exhaust, both swords drawn, moving at speeds that should not have been possible. Shukaku saw him coming. The beast swung its arm, a wall of sand compressed to near stone density, sweeping through the air to swat the tiny insect out of existence. Naruto hit the arm with the Demon Dweller's sword. The blade sank into the sand construct and pulled. Chakra. Shukaku's own chakra, the energy holding the sand together in the shape of a limb, began draining into the Demon Dweller's sword's edge. Visible streams of blue-gold energy ripping away from the sand, flowing into the black blade, and then dissolving into nothing as the anti-energy consumed it. The arm's surface destabilized. Sand began falling away in chunks. The structural integrity of the limb was failing, not from damage, but from the literal removal of the energy holding it together. Shukaku screamed, not in anger, in shock, in pain. A tailed beast, an entity of pure chakra given form, was having its substance drained by a sword in the hands of a child. "What are you?" the beast roared. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki," both voices, his in the echo. "And you're wrecking my village." He ripped the demon dweller sword free, flipped in the air using the wing for stabilization, and brought both blades together for a cross slash. The black energy on his right arm flowed into the demon slayer's sword. The blade grew, extended. The rusted metal stretched and widened, anti-energy solidifying along the edge, making it longer, bigger, more, 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, a blade the size of a building. Black and jagged and humming with absolute erasure, the black divider. Naruto gripped it in both hands. The wing beat once, launching him sideways through the air. He brought the massive blade around in an arc that trailed anti-energy like a contrail. The black divider hit Shukaku's arm at the shoulder. The sand, the chakra, the structure, the concept of the limb itself, all of it met the anti-chakra edge and ceased. The arm separated from the body clean. A perfect cut. The severed limb dissolved into inert sand before it even hit the ground, raining down on the streets below like a golden avalanche. Shukaku staggered. A tailed beast staggered. The formation destabilized. Without the arm, without the chakra that had been drained, the sand construct couldn't maintain itself. Gaara's sleeping body was losing its connection to the possession. The Tanuki's form began to collapse. Naruto drove forward one more time. The black divider was shrinking. The form was fading. His time was running out. He aimed for the head, for Gaara's body on the forehead. He didn't slash. He drove the flat of the regular Demon Slayer sword, now back to its normal size, into the sand surrounding Gaara, and ripped the boy free. They fell together, hundreds of feet, the wind screaming past them. Naruto's wing was dissolving. The black energy was receding. His right eye was flickering between red and blue. He hit the ground in a crater. Legs first. The impact shockwave shattered windows for 2 blocks. His knees buckled. His ankles screamed. But he was standing. Barely. Both swords gone, dismissed back to wherever they came from when the energy ran out. Gaara unconscious in his arms, the black energy faded completely. His right side returned to normal. The wing was gone. His eye was blue again. Naruto stood in the crater he'd made, holding an unconscious Jinchuriki, covered in sand and blood and exhaustion, and breathed. The village around him was still fighting. The invasion was still happening. But Shukaku was gone. The biggest threat on the battlefield had been removed by a single genin with a wing and 2 swords, and absolutely zero regard for what was supposed to be possible. On a nearby rooftop, Kakashi Hatake sat down heavily. His Sharingan eye was spinning lazily, trying to make sense of what it had recorded. "I need to have a very long conversation with the Hokage about that kid," he said to no one. Naruto laid Gaara down on the cracked earth at the bottom of the crater. The sand genin was unconscious, breathing. The Tanuki transformation had receded completely. He was just a boy now. A boy with dark circles under his eyes and a body that looked like it hadn't known a gentle touch its entire life. Naruto sat down next to him. His legs wouldn't hold him anymore. The black form had taken everything he had and then some. Every muscle was trembling. His vision was slightly blurred at the edges, but he sat there, and he waited. It took 3 minutes for Gaara's eyes to open. Pale green, ringed with black. They focused on the sky first, then on Naruto's face looking down at him. "Why?" Gaara's voice was raw, barely above a whisper. "Why did you stop me?" "Because you were breaking my village." "Why didn't you kill me?" Naruto looked at him. Really looked. And what he saw was not a monster, not the One Tail, not an enemy combatant. He saw a kid who had been alone his whole life. A kid who had been told he was a weapon and nothing else. A kid who had never heard the word friend directed at him without a lie attached. Naruto saw himself, the version of himself he would have been if he'd let the village's hate win. "Because we're the same," Naruto said. "We've got beasts in us. People hated us for it, and we both had to figure out what that means on our own." He held up his fist. "But I figured it out. And I'm telling you right now, being a monster isn't the only option. You can choose something different." Gaara stared at the fist. He did not understand the gesture. He did not understand why this person, who had just cut his tailed beast form apart in the sky, was sitting next to him offering something instead of finishing the job. I don't know how, Gaara whispered. I didn't either, Naruto said. You learn, you find people, you decide that tomorrow is different from yesterday. That's it, that's the whole trick. Gaara's eyes were wet. He didn't know what that meant. He hadn't cried in years. He did not bump Naruto's fist. Not yet, but he looked at it, and he did not look away. That was enough. For now, that was enough. The invasion ended. Orochimaru retreated after the third Hokage pushed him back with a ferocity that surprised even the Sannin. Hiruzen and Sarutobi fighting with renewed fury, perhaps inspired by what he'd sensed from a certain genin in the streets below. The Sound and Sand forces pulled back. Konoha held. The village mourned its dead, rebuilt its walls, counted its losses. But in every conversation, in every debriefing, in every whispered exchange between civilians and shinobi alike, one name kept coming up. Did you see what the Uzumaki kid did? He cut the tailed beast's arm off. He was flying. He had a wing. What even is he? At Ichiraku Ramen, 2 days after the invasion, Naruto ate his 14th bowl. His arms were still bandaged. His body was still recovering, but his appetite was untouched. Tucci set down bowl number 15 without being asked. On the house, kid, for saving the village. Naruto grinned with noodles hanging from his mouth. Thanks, old man. But I'd save the village even without free ramen. I know you would. Tochi smiled. That's why it's free. Behind Naruto, a small crowd had gathered outside the ramen stand. People who used to cross the street when they saw him. People who used to whisper demon when he passed. Now they were watching him eat ramen, and some of them were smiling, and a few of them looked like they wanted to say something but didn't know how. The world was changing. Slowly. But it was changing. Life moved on. Missions resumed. Team 3 took higher-ranked assignments now. The Hokage couldn't justify giving D ranks to a squad that had survived Orochimaru and helped stop a tailed beast invasion. Guys' training intensified. Now that black form was on the table, now that they knew what happened when Kurama's chakra leaked into Naruto's void, Guy needed to understand its limits. How long could it last? What triggered it? Could Naruto control when it activated? The answers, through trial and error, approximately 3 minutes at full output. It was triggered by extreme physical and emotional stress, moments where Naruto pushed beyond his normal limits and something inside the seal responded. And no, he could not control it yet. It came when it came, which meant every major fight had a time limit. Either Naruto won in his base form, or he pushed hard enough for black form to activate, and then he had 3 minutes to end everything. We will train to extend that limit, Guy said. And if I can't, then we train your base form to be so overwhelmingly powerful that you never need black form for anything less than a god. Guy's teeth sparkled. Starting tomorrow, 10,000 push-ups. Yosh! Lee from across the training ground. 20,000! You're on! Tenten closed her notebook. I'm gonna go request a transfer. She didn't. She never would. Naruto's relationship with his team deepened through these months. Lee was his brother in every way that mattered. The person who understood him completely, because they shared the same fire. When Lee and Naruto trained together, it was less like practice and more like two forces of nature colliding for fun. Tenten became his strategist without meaning to. She studied his sword's properties, his black form's capabilities, his weaknesses. She was the person on the team who thought about things systematically while Naruto and Lee screamed their way through problems head first. You know your anti-chakra field extends about 18 inches from the Demon Slayer sword's blade, right? She told him one day. Yeah? That means anyone who gets within 18 inches of you while you're holding that sword has their chakra enhancement stripped. Any body flicker, any augmented punch, any jutsu in progress, dead the moment they enter your range. Naruto blinked, then grinned. So I'm basically a dead zone. You're a walking anti-jutsu field. And I don't think anyone outside this team realizes how dangerous that actually is. And Neji thought Neji was changing. Slowly. Reluctantly. Like ice melting. You couldn't see it happening, but one day you noticed the edges were softer. He still called Naruto an idiot. He still believed in talent over effort. But the conviction behind those words was cracking more every day, because he had watched Naruto cut through his rotation. He had watched Naruto headbutt a Sannin. He had watched Naruto grow a black wing and fight a tailed beast in the sky. And none of it, was supposed to be possible for someone with 0 chakra and no destiny worth mentioning. Neji didn't say he was wrong. Not yet. But he stopped saying Naruto would fail. And for Neji, that was a revolution. Then Sasuke left. It happened at night. No warning, no farewell. One day, Sasuke Uchiha was in the village, and the next day his apartment was empty and his headband was on his nightstand, and a gate guard reported seeing a dark-haired boy walking north alone. Toward sound. Toward Orochimaru. Toward power bought with something darker than money. The mission was organized fast. The Hokage was in the hospital. Injuries from the invasion had taken their toll. Shikamaru was given operational command of a retrieval squad. But the composition of that squad was where things diverged. Because Shikamaru walked into the briefing room, took one look at the assembled genin, and said, "Naruto, I need you on point." Naruto was already standing. The Demon Slayer's sword was on his back. His face was set in something that wasn't his usual grin. "I was going whether you asked or not," he said. The retrieval squad formed up. Shikamaru, Naruto, Lee, Kiba, Choji. 5 genin sent after a traitor being escorted by Orochimaru's personal guard. The Sound Four, they moved out immediately, through the gates, into the forests, running. The Sound Four were strong. Jirobo, Kidomaru, Sakon, and Ukon, Tayuya, each of them a Jonin-level threat with curse-mark transformations that pushed them beyond normal limits. They peeled off one by one to fight, to stall, to buy time for the coffin-carrying Sasuke to reach the border. Choji took Jirobo. Kiba took Sakon. Shikamaru took Tayuya. Lee arrived late. He'd been in the hospital from his earlier injuries, but had discharged himself, ripping his IV out and sprinting after the squad with Guy's blessing. Lee took Kidomaru, and Naruto ran straight through, past the defenders, past the stalling tactics, past everything, because his job was Sasuke, and he was not going to let anything between him and that valley slow him down. He ran for hours, through forest, through rain, through the night. The Demon Slayer's sword on his back, his legs pumping, his breath steady. He was not tired. He would not be tired. Exhaustion was for people who accepted their limits. Dawn came. The trees thinned, and Naruto burst out of the forest onto the lip of the Valley of the End. That massive waterfall splitting the world in two. The statues of Hashirama and Madara standing eternal on either side. Sasuke was there, standing on the water at the base of the falls. The coffin that had carried him was shattered and empty behind him on the shore. He'd already emerged, already transformed. The curse mark's influence was crawling across his skin in dark patterns, but he hadn't gone full level 2. Not yet. He was waiting. "I knew you'd come," Sasuke said. His voice was flat. His Sharingan spun with 2 tomoe in each eye. Naruto landed at the base of the waterfall on Hashirama's side. The spray from the falls misted around him. His eyes locked onto Sasuke across 50 feet of turbulent water. "Come home, Sasuke." "No." Naruto's jaw set. Something hot surged through him. Not fire, not chakra, just pure furious frustration. "You idiot!" The words ripped out of him. "You think going to Orochimaru is going to give you what you want? That snake doesn't care about you. He cares about your body, your eyes. You're a tool to him." "And what am I to Konoha?" Sasuke's voice was bitter, cold. "The last Uchiha, a tool there too. You're my rival, you spiky-haired moron." Naruto drew the Demon Slayer's sword. The weight of it settled into his hands like coming home. "You're the guy I've been trying to surpass since the academy. You're the guy who watched me grow a wing and fight a tailed beast, and instead of being inspired, you got jealous? What kind of rival does that?" Sasuke's face twisted. The curse mark pulsed. "Jealous? You think this is about jealousy?" "I think this is about you being too scared to get stronger the hard way." Something snapped in Sasuke's expression. The curse mark erupted. Level 2. His skin went gray. His hair went silver white. Massive hand-shaped wings burst from his back. His Sharingan spun faster. "I'll show you power," Sasuke said. His left hand dropped. Purple-black lightning crackled to life in his palm. Chidori, but twisted by the curse mark into something darker and louder. The sound of it wasn't the normal chirping of 1,000 birds. It was a scream. "And then I'll show you why you can never understand what I need." Naruto looked at him. At the wings, at the darkened Chidori, at the boy who had been his rival since day one, now wrapped in borrowed power and aiming to kill. You want power, Sasuke? Naruto's voice was steady. The fury was still there, but it had hardened into something else. Something colder, more certain, more real. You're looking at it, and it didn't cost me my soul. He raised the Demon Slayer's sword. Inside the seal, Kurama was watching. The fox had been watching this entire chase, this insane boy running through the night without stopping for a friend who was actively trying to leave. And now this, a standoff at the Valley of Legends, a boy with a sword against a boy with cursed lightning. Kurama let the drop through. The reaction was instantaneous. Black energy flooded Naruto's right side. The wing erupted, jagged, massive, spreading wide against the dawn sky. His right eye bled to crimson. The demon dweller's sword materialized in his left hand. Black form, active. Naruto spread his wing. The downdraft cratered the water surface below him. His voice came out doubled, himself and the echo. Last chance, Sasuke. Come home or I drag you home. Sasuke's response was to charge, full speed, curse mark level 2 propulsion, wings beating. The dark Chidori screaming in his hand, trailing purple-black lightning across the water's surface as he accelerated. Naruto shot forward. The black wing beat once and he was moving, a dark comet on a collision course with purple lightning. Both swords extended, anti-chakra seething along their edges. They closed the distance in less than a second. The Demon Slayer's sword began to change. Naruto poured everything into it. Every drop of anti-energy from the black form, every ounce of his will. The blade grew, extended, widened. The black divider manifesting in his hands, building and building until it was the size of the valley itself. A blade of pure anti-chakra condensed into one final swing. Sasuke's dark Chidori was fully charged. His hand was a weapon. The curse mark was giving him everything it had. They met in the center. The dark Chidori hit the black divider. For one eternal second, the two forces pressed against each other. Cursed chakra versus anti-chakra. Borrowed power versus earned will. The point of contact blazed, purple and black and white. The energy discharge visible for miles. Then the Chidori stopped. The anti-chakra ate through the cursed lightning like acid through paper. The dark energy that the curse mark had provided. Still chakra. Still energy that could be erased. Still something that the Demon Slayer's sword was built to unmake. The Chidori fell apart. The lightning died. The sound cut out. Sasuke's hand was empty. His eyes went wide behind the Kirk's gray skin, wide with shock, with disbelief, with the horrible realization that the power he'd sold his village for was not enough. What? Sasuke started. Naruto flipped the black divider. The massive blade rotated in his hands, from edge to flat. He brought the flat of the building-sized sword across in a horizontal arc, and it hit Sasuke in the ribs with the force of an avalanche. The flat, not the edge. Even now, even after everything, not the edge. Sasuke's body broke the sound barrier from the impact. He rocketed across the valley, hit the cliff face on Madara's side, and the stone detonated around him. A crater 20 feet wide and 10 feet deep appeared in the rock, with Sasuke's body at the center, embedded in stone, curse mark receding, consciousness gone. The black divider dissolved. Naruto's black wing folded and faded. The demon dweller's sword vanished. His right eye flickered back to blue. His right arm was shaking so badly he could barely keep it raised. 3 minutes. He'd had 3 minutes. He'd used maybe 90 seconds. The valley was silent. The waterfall still fell. The statues still stood. But between them, the air itself felt different, charged with the aftermath of something that would be talked about for generations. Naruto breathed, in and out, in and out. Then he walked across the water, on its surface, because his feet hit so hard that the surface tension held him for each step, and reached the crater in the cliff. Sasuke was unconscious, alive, breathing. The curse mark had receded fully. He was just a boy in a crater, beaten and broken and going nowhere. Naruto reached in, grabbed the back of Sasuke's collar, pulled him free of the stone. He threw the unconscious Uchiha over his right shoulder. The weight was nothing. After everything, Sasuke weighed nothing at all. My ninja way is never giving up on a friend, Naruto said. His voice was back to one. Just him. Tired and raw and absolutely certain, even when that friend is the biggest idiot in the world. He turned toward Konoha. The sun was rising behind him. The valley was wrecked, His body was screaming. He had nothing left, no black form, no energy reserves, just muscle and bone and willpower holding him upright. He started walking, one step, then another, because giving up was never an option. It never had been, in this life or the one before it. The soul of a boy who had become the Wizard King and the body of a boy who would become Hokage. They moved together, carrying a rival home through the morning light. The walk back took hours. Naruto did not run. He could not. His legs were barely functional. Every step was an act of defiance against a body that wanted to collapse, but he walked. Through the forest, past the battlegrounds where his friends had fought. He found Lee, battered but standing, Kidomaru unconscious at his feet. Lee took one look at Naruto carrying Sasuke and his eyes went wide. "Naruto-kun, he's coming home," Naruto said. That was all that needed to be said. Lee fell in beside him, limping. Silent, present, they found Kiba next, then Shikamaru, then Choji. Each of them had won their fights. Each of them was hurt. Each of them joined the walk without needing to ask what happened. 5 genin, beaten and bleeding, walking back to the Leaf Village at sunrise with an unconscious traitor over Naruto's shoulder. Nobody spoke. The forest was still around them. Their footsteps were the only sound. The gates of Konoha appeared through the trees. Medical teams were already waiting. Someone had sent word ahead. Naruto saw white coats and stretchers and running nurses, and the first thing he did was hand Sasuke to the nearest medic. "He's alive," Naruto said. "Be careful with him. He's an idiot, but he's ours." Then his legs gave out. He hit the ground on his knees. His vision went gray. Hands grabbed him, Lee on one side, Guy on the other, his sensei materializing out of nowhere with tears already streaming. "I've got you," Guy said. "I've got you, Naruto." "Did we win?" Naruto asked. His voice was barely there. "You won. You brought him home." Naruto smiled. It was tired and small and completely genuine. "Good." He passed out. He woke up in the hospital. Afternoon light through the window. Bandages everywhere. His right arm was in a sling. Muscle damage from the Black Divider's recoil. The first thing he saw was flowers on the bedside table. 3 vases. One from Team 3. He could tell because there was a note from Lee that was covered in exclamation marks, and a note from Tintin that was covered in medical advice, and a note from Guy that was covered in tears, literal tear stains on the paper. One from Iruka, and one that had no card attached, but the flowers were pressed hyacinths, careful and intentional, and placed where he would see them first. Hinata had been here. He didn't know that, but something in his chest warmed anyway. Neji appeared in the doorway, arms crossed, expression unreadable. "You're awake." "Barely," Naruto croaked. Neji looked at him for a long time. Then, "I've been thinking about what you said, about destiny." Naruto waited. "I think." Neji's jaw worked. This was costing him something to say. "I think you might be the most annoying person alive. And I think," he closed his eyes, "I think maybe that's what it takes to break through something absolute. You have to be too stubborn to accept it." It was not an apology. It was not an admission of being wrong. But it was a door opening. Naruto grinned through the fatigue. Was that a compliment? Absolutely not. Neji turned and walked away. But Naruto saw the corner of his mouth twitch. Just barely. Recovery took 2 weeks. Naruto's body healed fast. Not QB fast, because the seal didn't function like that for him, but physically optimized human machine fast. His muscles rebuilt, his bones set. His right arm came out of the sling ahead of schedule. Sasuke was in a sealed room in the hospital's secure wing. Under guard, under observation. Under the kind of scrutiny that comes from being a genin who tried to defect to an S-rank criminal. Naruto visited him once. The room was stark. Sasuke was sitting up in bed, bandaged, cuffed to the frame with chakra suppression restraints. Not that those would matter for Naruto. He walked through the door without triggering a single seal, because seals were chakra-based and he was invisible to them. Sasuke looked up. Their eyes met. "You hit me with the flat," Sasuke said. It wasn't a question. "Yeah." "You could have killed me." "Yeah." Sasuke's jaw tightened. "Why didn't you?" Naruto pulled a chair up to the bedside, sat down, crossed his arms. "Because killing you would have been easy, and I don't do easy." He looked at Sasuke with something that was not pity and not superiority, but something in between, something that expected better. "You want to get strong enough to beat your brother? Fine, I respect that, But you're not going to do it by running away and selling yourself to a snake. You're going to do it here, with people who actually give a damn about you. And if you try to leave again," he leaned forward, "I'll just bring you back again, and I'll be less gentle with the sword." Sasuke stared at him. Then, barely, almost invisibly, something in his expression shifted. Not surrender, not agreement, but the faintest, smallest crack in the wall of isolation he'd built around himself. A crack that said, maybe this idiot is right. "You're insufferable," Sasuke muttered. "So I've been told." Naruto stood up, grinned, punched Sasuke's shoulder lightly for Naruto, which still made Sasuke wince. "Get better fast. I need a rival who can actually keep up." He walked out. Behind him, Sasuke looked at the ceiling. His hand, the one that had held the Chidori that got erased, flexed open and closed. Maybe. The village settled into something like peace. Rebuilding continued. Missions continued. The sun rose and fell and rose again. Naruto went back to training the morning after his hospital discharge. Guy cried when he saw him at Training Ground 9 at 5 a.m. Lee was already there, doing one-arm push-ups in the pre-dawn dark. "Naruto-kun, you're back! Did you think I was going to sleep in? Never! Let us run 1,000 laps to celebrate your recovery. 2,000! 3! Deal!" They took off, screaming. At 5 in the morning, the neighborhood dogs started barking. Lights flicked on in apartment windows. Someone opened their shutter and yelled at them to shut up. They did not shut up. They would never shut up. On a rooftop across the village, in the pre-dawn darkness, Jiraiya of the Sannin leaned against a chimney and watched 2 green and orange blurs lap the village at speeds that made his eyebrows rise. "So that's the kid," the Toad Sage murmured. His arms were crossed. His expression was thoughtful. Minato's son, the one who fought Shukaku with a wing and 2 swords. He'd read the reports, seen the damage to the arena, heard the stories from every jonin in the village. And now he was watching with his own eyes as a 12-year-old boy with 0 chakra ran laps at a speed that would leave most chunin gasping. "Anti-chakra," Jiraiya said to himself. "A void where coils should be. A sword that erases jutsu. And black form. A reaction between the Kyuubi's chakra and the void that produces... what? A new type of energy entirely?" He pulled out his notebook, started writing. "I was supposed to train you, kid," he said to the distant orange blur. "Your father would have wanted that. But I don't think I have anything to teach you that Guy isn't already handling." A grin spread across his face. "So I'll do what I do best. I'll watch, I'll research, and when you need me, I'll be there." He tucked the notebook away, watched Naruto and Lee complete their 50th lap, shook his head with something that might have been wonder. "You're going to change everything, Naruto," Jiraiya said. "This world isn't ready for what you're going to become." He wasn't wrong. The months that followed were a blur of training, missions, and the kind of growth that happens when someone with unlimited potential meets unlimited work ethic. Guy introduced weighted training, not the leg weights he'd given Lee. Those were for speed. For Naruto, it was a vest, a chain-link vest layered with lead weights that started at 100 pounds and increased by 20 every week. Naruto wore it everywhere. Training, missions, ramen runs, sleep. His body adapted at a rate that made Guy emotional on a daily basis. Within 3 months, Naruto was wearing 400 pounds of additional weight and moving at the same speed he'd been moving at with 0. His punch force, measured by a target pad Tenten had invented, increased by 300%. The sword training evolved too. Guy brought in Hayate Gecko before the man's death during the invasion had removed that option. So instead, Guy traveled to the Land of Iron and brought back a samurai instructor for a 2-week crash course. The samurai took one look at the Demon Slayer's sword, one look at Naruto's raw physical capability, and spent 14 days drilling him in forms that maximized the weapon's absurd weight and anti-chakra properties. When the samurai left, he told Guy, "That boy doesn't need a teacher anymore. He just needs targets." Naruto's reputation in the village was transforming. The whispers of demon were being replaced, slowly, grudgingly, but genuinely, with something else. Did you hear what Team 3 did on that B rank to the Land of Rivers? The one where they took out an entire bandit fortress in under 10 minutes? Naruto cut through the front gate with that sword of his, the Iron Gate, clean through. And the bandits, jutsu users? I heard there were 3 missing nin hired as guards. Their techniques just stopped working. The second that kid got close, nothing. It was like fighting in a dead zone. Naruto was becoming a legend in real time. Not the kind of legend that gets written in history books. The kind that gets told in bars and across dinner tables and between genin who want to know what their generation's ceiling looks like. And that ceiling was still rising. Every single day on a Tuesday evening, ordinary, unremarkable, Naruto sat on top of the Hokage monument. His usual spot, the 4th Hokage's stone head. His father's face, though he didn't know that yet. The village spread out below him, lights coming on as the sun went down, people going home, shops closing, life continuing. Lee found him there. The green-suited boy climbed up without words and sat beside him. They watched the village in comfortable silence for a while. Naruto-kun. Yeah? Do you ever wonder where your strength comes from? Naruto looked at him, looked at his hands, the hands that held the Demon Slayer's sword, the hands that had hit hard enough to crack a Sanin's face, the hands that had carried Sasuke home. It comes from deciding, he said. Every morning, every single morning, I wake up and I decide again that I'm going to be Hokage, that I'm going to protect my people, that nobody, not a Sanin, not a tailed beast, not destiny, not fate, not any force in this world or any other, is going to stop me. Lee was silent for a moment. Then he smiled, the kind of smile that said, I understand perfectly because I am the same. I am glad you are my rival, Naruto-kun, Lee said. I'm glad you're my brother, Lee. They bumped fists. The setting sun caught the motion and lit their knuckles gold for 1 perfect second. The sun hit the canopy in strips of gold, and Naruto kept walking. His legs did not want to work. His legs had opinions about continuing to function after what they had been through in the last 12 hours, and those opinions were loudly negative. Naruto did not care about their opinions. Naruto had never cared about his body's opinions on anything, and he was not about to start now. So he kept walking, 1 foot, then the other. Each step landing heavy enough to press boot prints into the forest floor. Sasuke's unconscious weight across his right shoulder, not heavy. After everything, the Uchiha weighed nothing at all. The forest was still. That particular kind of still that happens after violence has exhausted itself, and the world is deciding what comes next. Birds were coming back. The early ones, testing the air. Their songs sounded impossibly normal against what had just happened. Blood was drying on Naruto's forehead, the split from his headbutt against the dark Chidori's discharge point. It itched. He ignored it, the way he ignored everything that was not the next step forward. His right arm hung at his side like something that belonged to someone else. The muscle damage from the Black Divider's recoil had turned the limb into a collection of screaming nerve endings held together by what was left of his determination. He could not lift it above his waist. He could not grip with those fingers. The Demon Slayer's sword was strapped across his back by the leather harness alone. He had not held it since black form faded. None of this mattered. He was walking. He would keep walking until there was nothing left to walk toward. 20 minutes in, Lee appeared. He came through the trees from the north, limping on his left leg where Kidomaru's arrow had gone through his calf before Lee ripped it out and used it to stab the sound nin in the shoulder. His green jumpsuit was torn in 6 places. His left eye was swollen shut, but he was standing. He was moving. Lee looked at Naruto, looked at Sasuke over his shoulder. His one open eye went wide for a moment. Not surprise, not disbelief, just the recognition of what he was seeing. A promise kept. A rival brought home. Lee said nothing. He fell in beside Naruto, matched his pace, walked. That was all that needed to happen. Kiba came next. Akamaru was in his jacket, whimpering softly, one paw wrapped in torn fabric. Kiba himself had blood crusted down the entire left side of his face from a head wound that had already stopped bleeding. He smelled them before he saw them. Nose first, always, and burst through the underbrush with a kunai drawn before he registered friendly faces. Holy. Kiba looked at Sasuke, looked at Naruto, looked at the state of both of them. You actually did it. Keep up, Naruto said. Not unkind, just moving. Kiba kept up. Choji was sitting against a tree when they found him, eating the last of his soldier pills with the kind of mechanical repetition that said his body needed fuel and his brain had turned off everything else. He was bigger than he had been 12 hours ago. The Akamichi expansion jutsu had taken its toll and he was running on fumes. He saw the group coming and got to his feet without being asked. His knees wobbled. He held. Shikamaru found them. Of course he did. The strategist had been tracking their movements since the mission split apart, holding the map of it in his head, knowing where everyone would converge if they all survived. He was the least physically damaged of all of them because his fight against Tayuya had been won with his mind more than his body. But the exhaustion behind his eyes was bone deep in a different way. He looked at the group. Counted. 5 genin, all accounted for. 1 unconscious traitor. Mission complete. Troublesome, Shikamaru said, but the corner of his mouth twitched. 5 boys walked through the forest, beaten, bleeding, running on nothing but the kind of stubbornness that their generation was apparently built from. Nobody talked. The morning sounds filled the space between them. Birds, wind, their own footsteps in rhythm. The trees began to thin. The undergrowth changed character. They were close. Then, through the last line of trees, the gates of Konoha appeared. The massive wooden doors stood open. The morning sun hit the red paint of the symbol above the arch and made it glow. Medical teams were already assembled. A dozen white-coated figures with stretchers, supply packs, the urgent efficiency of people who had been paged in the middle of the night and had been waiting ever since. Someone had sent word. The village moved fast when its own were coming home hurt. Naruto walked through the gate. He did not pause. He did not look up at the symbol. He walked straight to the first medic who reached for him and shifted his shoulder forward. Sasuke's body slid off. 2 medics caught him, laid him on a stretcher, began checking vitals. Naruto looked at the unconscious face of his rival, the face that had been twisted with curse-mark power 3 hours ago. Now just a boy, bandaged and broken and going nowhere that Naruto would not follow. He's alive, Naruto said. He's an idiot and he tried to leave and he's alive. Take care of him. Then his legs folded. He went down on both knees, hit the packed earth of the gate road with a sound that made 3 medics flinch. His vision went gray at the edges. His body had been holding itself together on pure refusal, and the refusal was running out. Hands grabbed him. Lee on his left side, already there, had already moving despite his own injuries. On his right, Kiba, holding him up by the shoulder that still worked, Shikamaru's hand on his back. Choji behind them all, a wall of presence. Easy, someone said. Easy, we've got you. And then, dust, footsteps, heavy, impossibly fast footsteps that made the ground vibrate. Naruto looked up through the gray haze of almost unconsciousness and saw green. Might Guy dropped out a full sprint. He had been running since he felt black form activate, felt it from the village itself, that pulse of anti-energy that hit every sensor in Konoha like a shockwave and sent Guy launching from his apartment window in his pajamas. He had run for hours, through the forest, toward the valley. His jumpsuit was dust-covered. His breathing was ragged in a way that Guy's breathing almost never was. He saw them. All of them. 5 genin, standing. Alive, his knees hit the dirt 3 feet from Naruto. His hands came up to his face. And Might Guy, the green beast of Konoha, the man who had kicked through mountains and smiled, broke. The tears came like they had been waiting behind a dam. His whole body shook with them. He did not try to stop. He did not pose. He did not turn it into something appropriate or sensei-like or composed. He just knelt there in the dirt of the village gate, surrounded by his students and their broken bodies and their mission-complete exhaustion, and he wept. You came home, Guy said. His voice was wrecked. All of you. You came home. Naruto managed to grin. Barely. Through everything. That sun-bright expression that no amount of damage had ever been able to extinguish. What, you thought we wouldn't? Guy grabbed him, pulled him into a hug that Naruto's body absolutely could not handle, and that Naruto did not even slightly resist. Lee joined it. Then Kiba, somehow. Then Choji. Shikamaru stood apart for exactly 2 seconds before Choji's hand dragged him in. They were a pile of broken kids and 1 broken sensei in the middle of the road, and the medical team was yelling at them to please let go so they could treat the injuries, and nobody was letting go. Not yet. Not yet. Eventually, they let go. Eventually, the medics won. Stretchers were loaded. Naruto let them put him on one because his legs genuinely would not stand anymore, and fighting that fact would have been the first thing he had ever lost to. The hospital took them. He woke up in the afternoon. Sun through the window, angled low and warm. His right arm was in a sling, a proper one, medical grade, with seals on it that would not work on him, but the bandaging underneath held the damaged muscles in place regardless. His torso was wrapped. Purple and yellow blooms of bruising were already developing across his ribs, where the black divider's energy recoil had stressed the muscle fibers. He felt like he had been hit by a building. This was accurate enough. The room was white. Standard hospital. That familiar antiseptic smell that Naruto associated with the handful of times his training had put him here against his will. He hated hospitals. They were too still. Nothing in them moved fast enough. Flowers. 3 vases on the bedside table, immediately visible. The first had a card covered in Lee's handwriting. All capitals, all exclamation marks, something about the springtime of recovery, and a promise to run 5,000 laps the moment Naruto was discharged. A second note tucked behind it, Tenten's hand, listing recommended exercises for arm rehabilitation with a drawing of the muscle groups involved. A third, guys. The paper had actual physical tear stains on it. Naruto could see where the ink had run. The second vase was from Iruka, simple white flowers. A note that said, "Proud of you, always, Iruka-sensei." The third vase had no card. The flowers were pressed hyacinths, purple, placed at the angle where they would be the first thing visible from the bed when the occupant's eyes opened. Someone had positioned them with intention, with the kind of thoughtfulness that did not want to be seen doing it. Naruto looked at the hyacinths. Something in his chest warmed, a heat that was not the ache of healing muscles or the burn of overworked nerves, something gentler. He did not know who left them. He did not need to. The warmth was enough. He lay there for a while, looking at the ceiling, feeling his body report in from every damaged system. His right hand could not make a fist. His legs would hold him if he asked, but they would complain about it for hours. His forehead itched under the bandage where the split skin was already knitting closed. He was alive. His team was alive. Sasuke was in this building somewhere, unconscious and going nowhere. That was a victory, not clean, not without cost, but real. Neji arrived in the doorway 2 hours later, arms crossed, posture rigid. His headband was in place over the seal on his forehead, Byakugan deactivated. His own injuries from whatever mission he had been running while the retrieval squad was out showed in the stiffness of his left shoulder and a healing cut on his jawline. He did not come in. He stood at the threshold like it was a border he had not yet decided to cross. "You're awake," Neji said. "Barely." Naruto shifted on the bed. His voice was rough, dehydrated and raw from the screaming that black form always demanded. Neji looked at him. The Hyuga's pale eyes were unreadable in the way they always were, but something underneath the surface was working. Processing. Naruto could see the gears turning even if Neji would never admit they were moving. "I've been thinking," Neji said, "about what you did, about what you said, about destiny and what it means to break through something that is supposed to be absolute." Naruto waited. He did not push. He had learned, with Neji, you let the words come at their own pace, or they did not come at all. "I think," Neji said, and his jaw worked like the next part was costing him physical effort, "that you are the most impossible person I have ever encountered. I think that everything I was taught about fate and predetermination has difficulty accounting for someone who simply refuses to acknowledge the concept." His eyes locked on Naruto's. "And I think that difficulty is significant." It was not an apology. It was not an admission of wrongness. It was a Hyuga prodigy acknowledging, in the most grudging possible language, that his entire framework for understanding the world had developed a fault line shaped like a blonde genin with a sword. Naruto grinned. Through the fatigue, through the ache, that grin. "Neji, was that a compliment?" "It was a factual assessment." Neji turned, began walking away. "Do not read more into it than that." "Too late. I'm telling everyone." Neji's step faltered for one fraction of a second. The corner of his mouth, the side Naruto could not see from the bed, twitched upward. Then the Hyuga was gone. The door to Naruto's room had barely settled before Naruto was moving. His legs swung off the bed. His bare feet hit the cold hospital tile. His body screamed at him in 7 different voices. He stood up anyway. Finding Sasuke's room took 10 minutes of walking through the hospital's secure wing. The corridor was lined with seals, suppression matrices built into the walls that would inhibit chakra use for anyone passing through. Naruto walked through them like they were not there. Every seal that tried to activate against his presence failed because there was nothing to suppress. He was a ghost in this system, an error that the security architecture could not process. 2 Anbu stood outside a reinforced door. They looked at Naruto, looked at the sling, the bandages, the hospital gown barely covering the bruised body beneath. Uzumaki, one said. I know. Naruto looked at the door. Open it. They exchanged a glance. Then one of them reached back and unsealed the door. Because Naruto Uzumaki had carried this boy home on his shoulder, and that earned something. The room inside was stark. White walls, no window. A single bed bolted to the floor. Sasuke was sitting up, awake, eyes open, staring at the far wall with the expression of someone who had been looking at nothing for hours. Chakra suppression cuffs circled both wrists, connected by a short chain to the bed's metal frame. His body was bandaged, ribs, arms, the side of his face where the crater wall had opened the skin. Naruto closed the door behind him, walked to the single metal chair bolted to the floor 3 feet from the bed, sat down, crossed his one working arm over his chest. The sling on his right kept that arm pinned. Sasuke's eyes moved to him. The Sharingan was not active. The suppression cuffs saw to that. Just normal black eyes. The eyes of a boy who had made a choice and lost, and was now sitting with the wreckage of that choice in a locked room. Neither of them spoke for 10 seconds. 15. Then Sasuke, you hit me with the flat. Yeah. You could have used the edge. You could have ended it. Yeah. Why? It was not a question the way most people ask questions. There was no upward inflection, just the word dropped between them like a stone. Naruto looked at him, not with softness, not with the kind of hand-holding gentleness that a movie would put in this scene. He looked at Sasuke the way you look at someone you believe in so hard that their failure makes you furious. Because killing you would have been the easy thing. And I have never done the easy thing. Not once. Not in my entire life. He leaned forward. The chair's legs scraped. You want to get strong enough to beat Itachi? Fine. I get it. I respect it. But you ran. You looked at everything you had here. Your village, your team, people who actually give a damn. And you decided that a snake offering shortcuts was worth more than all of it. Sasuke's jaw tightened. The cuffs clinked as his hands shifted. It wasn't worth it, Naruto said. His voice was not raised. It did not need to be raised. The weight of it was in the words themselves, not the volume. And you know it. You knew it when I caught you. You knew it when the Chidori hit my blade and stopped existing. That power Orochimaru was selling you? I erased it in 90 seconds. What does that tell you about how real it was? Sasuke said nothing. His eyes were fixed on Naruto's face with an intensity that could have been hatred or could have been something else entirely. Here's what's going to happen, Naruto said. You're going to heal. You're going to face whatever the village decides to do about this. And then you're going to get strong, here, with people who will push you for real. Not because they want your eyes or your body or your name, because they want you to be better. He stood up. The chair scraped again. And if you try to leave again? Naruto looked down at Sasuke Uchiha in his hospital bed with his cuffs and his bandages and his broken ambition. I'll come get you again. And the next time, I won't use the flat. He walked to the door, put his left hand on the handle. Naruto. Sasuke's voice, rough, low. Naruto paused, did not turn around. You're stronger than me. The words came out of Sasuke like they were being dragged, like each one cost blood. You always were. I just didn't want to see it. Naruto was still for a moment. Then, I know. Catch up. He opened the door, walked out, did not look back. Behind him in the locked room, Sasuke Uchiha stared at the closed door. His right hand, the one that had held the Chidori that was erased, flexed open and closed. Open and closed. Something behind his eyes was shifting. Not breaking, not surrendering, shifting. Like a foundation being repoured, maybe. The crack was there. Small. Real. That was enough. Time moved the way time does when you are young, and every day is a chance to become something more. It moved fast and it moved full, and it did not waste a single hour. Naruto was out of the hospital in 4 days. His body healed at a rate that made the medical staff mutter to themselves. Not Jinchuriki healing, because the seal did not function that way in his void body. Just raw physical optimization. A machine that had been built through 12 years of impossible training and recovered like one. The morning after discharge, 5 a.m., training ground 9. Naruto stood in the pre-dawn gray, wearing his training weights. The vest, 240 pounds of lead and chain link, distributed across his torso. His right arm was still in the sling. His left arm was free. He did push-ups, one-armed, 500, then one-armed pull-ups on the training grounds iron bar, 300, then laps. Running with one arm strapped to his chest, the weight vest pulling at his spine, his legs eating the ground in long strides that left divots in the dirt. Lee found him on lap 40. The green-suited boy was wrapped in more bandages than fabric, his own injuries still healing, and he was already running. He appeared beside Naruto like a thought becoming real. Neither of them said good morning. They just ran. Lap 100 came and went. Lap 200. The sun rose. The village woke. Lights came on in apartment windows. Someone opened their shutter and yelled at them. They did not stop. They never stopped. The village would learn this, or the village would lose its voice from yelling about it. Jiraiya of the Sannin showed up on a Thursday morning 3 weeks after the Valley of the End. He was sitting on a log at the edge of Training Ground 9 when Naruto and Lee came around on their 612th lap. White hair, red coat, wooden geta, a notebook in one hand and a pen in the other. He had the look of someone who had been waiting and was comfortable with waiting. Naruto slowed. Not stopped, slowed. His eyes hit the Sannin on the log and his brain did the identification in half a second. The Toad Sage, one of 3, student of the 3rd Hokage, author of books Naruto had seen on shelves but never read. One of the most powerful shinobi alive. He was sitting on a log at 5:30 in the morning, watching 2 teenagers run laps. Naruto circled back. Lee followed, matching pace. They came to a stop in front of Jiraiya. Not a full stop, more of a jog in place, because stopping entirely went against some fundamental law that governed their bodies. "You're Jiraiya," Naruto said, "and you're the kid who grew a wing and punched a tailed beast out of the sky." Jiraiya's grin was wide and easy. He clicked his pen. "I've been doing research." "On what?" "On you." The Sannin held up his notebook. Pages and pages of dense writing, diagrams, seal theory notations. On the anti-chakra void. On what happens when a Jinchuriki sealed beast cannot express itself through normal pathways. On the Uzumaki clan's historical records, there are passages that mention anomalies like yours. Incomplete records. Fragments. But they exist. Naruto's eyes locked onto that notebook. His jogging stopped. Actually stopped. Lee continued bouncing beside him, but Naruto was suddenly completely still. "What do you know about the void?" Naruto asked. Direct. No social padding. No hero worship. Just the question, aimed like a blade. "What do you actually know? Because if the answer is nothing, we have nothing to talk about." Jiraiya blinked. His grin faltered for a half second, then came back wider. "Kids got teeth." He sat up straighter. "I know enough to have theories. I know enough to know where to look for answers. I know that the Uzumaki clan compound destroyed with Uzushigakure contained research into what they called void-born rejection syndrome, a condition occurring once every handful of generations where a newborn's body rejects chakra coils entirely. The records suggest it was rare enough to be considered mythological by most of the clan." Naruto was listening. His whole body was pointed at Jiraiya like a weapon being aimed. "I can't teach you ninjutsu," Jiraiya said. "Nobody can. But I can share what I found. I can connect you to knowledge about what you are and why your body does what it does. I can help you understand the seal, the beast, and the reaction between them." He set the notebook on his knee. "And I can tell you things about the Uzumaki clan, about your mother's bloodline, about what it means to carry that name." "My mother?" "Later." Jiraiya said it fast. Deflected. Something flickered across his face. Guilt, maybe, or cowardice dressed up as timing. "When the time is right. For now, I'm offering myself as a resource, not a sensei. Guy's already got that handled." He gestured at the training ground where Guy was currently approaching at high speed, having sensed a conversation worth being present for. "But I know things that might help you push further." Naruto considered this. 3 seconds, his eyes on Jiraiya's face, reading the man the way he had read faces his whole life. What he saw was real, complicated, carrying something, but real. "Can you keep up with me on morning runs?" Jiraiya looked at Lee, who was still jogging in place, looked at Naruto, looked at the training ground where 240 laps of footprints carved a circuit. "No," the Sannin admitted. "Then you run at the back. We talk when you catch up." Jiraiya ran at the back, every single morning. He wheezed, he complained, he fell behind by increasing margins as Naruto and Lee pushed their pace, but he came back every morning. He brought his notebook and his pen and his research, and in the gaps between laps, standing bent over with his hands on his knees, he told Naruto things about the Uzumaki clan's sealing mastery, about their legendary vitality that was not tied to chakra enhancement, but was inherent in the bloodline, physical resilience at the cellular level, about Mito Uzumaki, the first Hokage's wife, who had been the first Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, about what it meant to come from a line of people who were built to endure. He did not tell Naruto about Minato. Not yet. The time was not right. He told himself this every morning. It was not entirely a lie, but it was not entirely true either. Jiraiya was brave about most things. He was not brave about this one. Naruto could feel the gap, the thing Jiraiya was not saying. He was a reader of faces, always had been. But he did not push. Not yet. Meanwhile, Guy was escalating. The weighted vest that had been 240 pounds became 300, then 350, then 400. Full body weights now, not just the vest. Lead-line shin guards, wrist weights, a chest harness with adjustable plates. The combined load climbed week over week, and Naruto's speed under load climbed with it because his body adapted like it was built to refuse limitations. Within 3 months of the Valley of the End, Naruto was wearing 400 pounds of additional weight, and his sprint speed at that load exceeded most Chunin without weights. When he dropped the weights, rare, reserved for the moments that demanded everything, the speed he reached made air pop. Not a jutsu, just displaced atmosphere. Lee matched him, always. The rivalry between them had become the measuring stick of Team Guy's growth. If Naruto ran 100 laps in an hour, Lee ran 101. If Lee hit a training post hard enough to crack it, Naruto hit the next one hard enough to powder it. Their sparring sessions at the end of each day drew audiences from other teams, other ranks. Chunin came to watch. Jonin came to watch. Guy watched it all with tears streaming and fists clenched and the kind of pride that could power a small village. Then Tenten made her discovery. It happened during a testing session, one of her weekly assessments of the Demon Slayer sword's properties, where she threw chakra-enhanced weapons at the blade and measured what happened on impact. She had been tracking the anti-chakra field's radius for months. The blade's edge produced an erasure zone extending roughly 18 inches in every direction from the cutting surface. Anything composed of molded chakra that entered that zone ceased to function. But on this particular day, she was testing something different. She threw a kunai at Naruto's right hand while he was gripping the sword. Not at the blade, at his fist. The kunai had been wrapped in fire chakra, a standard elemental enhancement that should have made it burn on contact. It hit Naruto's knuckles, the fire died. Tenten went still. Her pen stopped moving over her notebook. She stared at Naruto's fist. "Do that again?" she said. "What? Punch things?" Naruto was already grinning. "Hold the sword, keep gripping it, don't let go." He held it. Tenten threw 3 more enhanced weapons, fire, wind, lightning. Each one aimed at different points on Naruto's hand and forearm. Each one hit. Each one lost its elemental enhancement on contact. "The field," Tenten breathed. "It's not just on the blade. It extends from your hand when you're in contact with the sword. About 2 feet radius around your entire right fist. So if someone punches me while I'm holding this thing, there's chakra enhancement strips on contact. Any body flicker acceleration, any augmented strike, any jutsu that requires maintained output, dead the moment it touches you." Naruto looked at the Demon Slayer sword, looked at his right fist wrapped around its grip. Then he looked at the reinforced training post 10 feet away. The post was wrapped in chakra-strengthening seals, 100 layers of protective reinforcement designed to withstand Jonin-level impacts without breaking. He walked up to it. Left hand on the sword grip, the blade resting over his left shoulder. Right fist free, but within the sword's contact radius. The field still active because his left hand maintained the connection. He punched the post with his right fist. The reinforcement seals died the instant his knuckles entered their proximity. 100 layers of chakra strengthening vanished in the time between one heartbeat and the next. And then his fist connected with the now unprotected wood. The post did not crack, it exploded. From the impact point outward, splinters the size of fingers launched in every direction. The base of the post, 6 inches of solid timber, sunk 2 feet into the ground, ripped free of the earth and tumbled. Where a reinforced training post had stood, there was now a crater in the ground and a cloud of sawdust settling in the morning air. Naruto stood with his fist still extended, wood chips in his hair. Grinning, Tenten's hand was shaking over her notebook. Her pen made a jagged line across the page where her control had failed. She stared at the space where the post had been, at the crater, at the absolute annihilation of something designed to survive Jonin-level combat. You, she stopped. Started again. You're a dead zone, Naruto. When you're holding that sword, you are the anti-jutsu field. Anything within 2 feet of your fists has its defenses stripped, and then you hit them with that. She gestured at the crater, at the raw physical power that had just turned reinforced timber into confetti. So what you're saying, Naruto said, turning to face her with the sword resting on his shoulder and that grin still burning, is that I just became the scariest close-range fighter in the elemental nations? Tenten wrote it down. Her handwriting was barely legible. Her hands would not stop shaking. That's what I'm saying, she confirmed, and I'm terrified. Naruto laughed. The sound of it rang through the training ground like a bell. Good, more posts, I need to practice. He practiced. He destroyed 12 more reinforced posts that afternoon. Guy had to requisition new ones from the village supply depot. The supply officer asked what happened to the old ones. Youth, Guy said, crying. Neji's training changed during this period in ways he did not announce and would not acknowledge if asked. He stopped arriving at Training Ground 9 at the same time as the rest of the team. He started coming earlier, an hour earlier. Then 2. The pre-dawn hours found Neji Hyuga running drills alone in the gray light. Byakugan active. Running through 8 trigram sequences not against opponents, but against the air itself. Refining the speed of his strikes, the rotation of his hips, the footwork that positioned him inside an opponent's guard, and then deactivating his Byakugan and running the same drills blind. Because Naruto had cut through his rotation, the absolute defense was no longer absolute, which meant Neji needed something else, something that did not depend on a technique that could be erased. He needed to be faster than the erasure. He needed to strike before the field could strip his enhancement. He needed, for the first time in his life, to treat his genius not as a destination, but as a starting point. The crack Naruto had put in his world was becoming a foundation, different from the old one, less certain, more honest. He still called Naruto an idiot at least 3 times a week, but the conviction behind it was something else now. Not contempt, not dismissal. Something closer to the exasperated affection of a person who has been dragged into caring against their will. Team Guy was not a team of 4 people anymore. It was a family of 4 people. This was not announced or declared, it simply was. And Lee achieved something that made Guy weep for an entire day. It was a race. Because between Lee and Naruto, everything was eventually a race. Full sprint, no weights, 10 laps of the village at maximum speed. They had done this 100 times. The gap between them fluctuated. Sometimes Lee was ahead by a step, sometimes Naruto edged forward. But on this day, Lee did something new. On lap 6, Lee dropped his ankle weights. The weights hit the ground and the earth cracked beneath them. Each one left a crater. The sound was like twin explosions. And Lee, already the fastest person Naruto had ever seen, became something that operated outside of what speed was supposed to mean. He vanished, not figuratively. He was there, and then he was not. And then the air where he had been collapsed with a boom, and the rooftops he had been running across showed footprint dents in the tiles. and Lee was already 200 meters ahead. Naruto lost that lap. Lee was across the finish line before Naruto reached the three-quarter mark. They stood at the finish, both breathing hard, and Naruto's grin was so wide it threatened to unhinge his jaw. "What was that? The fifth gate!" Lee's eyes were on fire. His body was steaming, literally, the heat of the open gate turning his sweat to vapor. "Guy-sensei taught me the fifth gate last week. I wanted to show you. Do it again. I want to time it." "The flames of youth burn eternal, Naruto-kun." They ran again. Lee with the fifth gate burning through his system, speed exceeding anything in their generation by a margin that was almost silly. Naruto without any enhancement at all, just legs and lungs and the absolute refusal to let the gap stay this wide. The second race ended in the same result, Lee ahead by a margin. The third race ended when they both hit the same wall at the same time, because they were looking at each other instead of where they were going, and the stone wall of a bakery did not move out of their way. They came out of the collision with split lips and matching grins, and the agreement to rematch tomorrow. And the day after, and every day until Naruto found the extra speed or Lee found an even higher gear. This was life. This was the shape of 2.5 years passing, training that made their bodies into something that should not exist at 15. Missions that put those bodies to work, B ranks first, then A ranks, the Hokage's office running out of justifications for keeping Team Guy on lower tier assignments when their capability assessments looked like someone had made a transcription error. Sasuke, during this time, was a presence at the periphery. His restrictions loosened month by month, first confined to the village, then allowed missions, only with Kakashi, only monitored, the curse mark under constant observation. He trained. He trained with the desperation of someone trying to fill a gap that kept growing because the person ahead of him never stopped running. Sometimes Naruto saw Sasuke watching Team Guy train from a distance, standing on a rooftop or in a tree line, Sharingan inactive, just watching. The acid in Sasuke's expression was still there, but it was changing flavor, losing some of its bitterness, gaining something else, something that might eventually become motivation rather than jealousy. Naruto waved at him once, across 100 feet of training ground. Sasuke looked at the wave for a long moment, then turned away, but he did not scowl. And for Sasuke, that was progress. Time kept moving. Team Guy grew. The village grew around them. The whispers about Naruto changed from suspicion to something approaching awe. The boy with no chakra who had fought a tailed beast and carried a traitor home was becoming something else in the village's collective memory. Not a demon, not a mystery, something closer to a promise. And on a morning 14 months after the Valley of the End, the Hokage's office summoned Team Guy for their first true A rank as a unit. Not a field promotion, not an emergency reassignment. A genuine, sanctioned, planned A rank mission into contested territory between the lands of fire and water. They assembled at the village gate at dawn. Guy in front, posture straight, eyes clear, Lee bouncing on his toes. Tenten checking her weapon scrolls one final time. Neji scanning the road ahead with his Byakugan already extended to full range. And Naruto, 15 years old now, taller, broader in the shoulders, the Demon Slayer's sword across his back, looking slightly less absurd on a body that had grown into something that deserved the weight of it. His training vest was hidden under his jacket, 400 pounds riding on his frame like they belonged there. He looked back at the village. One glance, the Hokage monument in the morning light, 5 faces staring out over Konoha. His eyes found the fourth, stayed there for one heartbeat. "I'll be back," he said, not to anyone present, to the face in the stone. Then he turned, and Team Guy walked through the gate, and the road opened ahead of them like an invitation. The A rank took them east, toward the coast. The border territory between Fire Country and Water Country, a stretch of rocky shoreline and dense forest that belonged to neither nation and attracted every kind of trouble that borderlands attract. Roguemen, smugglers, missing men working for private interests. A lawless strip where allegiances were bought and sold, and the only currency that mattered was how hard you could hit. Their target was a coastal supply depot running weapons to a third-party buyer that Konoha's intelligence network had linked to destabilizing forces within the Land of Water. A standard disruption mission, hit the depot, eliminate the operation, recover documents, withdraw. The kind of mission designed for a Jonin team, Team Guy was not a Jonin team. They were something else. And the depot found that out in 10 minutes. Naruto went through the front wall. Not the door, the wall. His right fist, still gripping the Demon Slayer sword's handle, hit the reinforced stone of the depot's eastern face, and the reinforcement seals died on contact. Then the stone followed. 400 pounds of weighted body behind a fist that hit like a siege weapon. The wall did not cave inward, it disintegrated outward. A 7-foot hole appeared where solid masonry had been. Inside, chaos. 15 combatants, a mix of rogue chunin and hired mercenaries, scrambling for weapons, for positions, for any kind of response to the sudden appearance of a blonde teenager holding a sword the size of a person in their operational headquarters. Water style, water wall, the first defender, hands moving. A barrier of pressurized water erupting from the ground to block Naruto's advance. The Demon Slayer's sword came through the water wall like it was not there. The blade touched the surface, and the chakra maintaining the technique's form vanished. The water, no longer held in shape by anything, splashed to the floor as an ordinary wave. Naruto stepped through the puddle. Grinning, Lee came through the windows on the north side. Glass and wood frame exploding inward as his body breached the structure at speed. 2 mercenaries who had been moving toward that exit went down before their hands reached their weapons. 1 kick each, both unconscious before they hit the floor. Neji phased through the east side entrance like smoke. His Byakugan was seeing every person in the building, every weapon, every chakra signature. His gentle fist found 4 targets in the first 3 seconds. Tenketsu sealed through walls, through furniture, through anything between his palms and their pressure points. Tenten's weapons scroll unfurled from the roof access point. 26 projectiles launched simultaneously into 3 separate rooms, each one finding its target with accuracy that left no margin for error. Pinning shots, disabling strikes, each weapon placed to neutralize without killing. The depot fell in 10 minutes. 15 combatants, all neutralized. Documents secured. Operation disrupted. Team Guy reassembled in the main loading area with not a single member requiring medical attention. Standard. Easy. Tuesday for them, except it was not over. Naruto felt it first. That prickle at the back of his neck. Not chakra. He could not sense chakra, but presence. The weight of someone skilled enough to be hiding and choosing not to anymore. He turned. The Demon Slayer's sword came off his shoulder into a 2-handed grip. In the far corner of the depot's loading bay, behind overturned crates, in the shadows where the structural collapse had not reached, a figure stood. Female. Tall. Auburn hair falling past her shoulders in waves. A Mist Village flak jacket over a blue combat dress. 2 hands held at her sides, not in offensive position but ready. Eyes green and sharp and locked on Naruto with the kind of assessment that said she was doing very fast math. Well, the woman said. Her voice carried across the space with the ease of someone accustomed to being heard. I was not expecting Leaf Shinobi to get here first. Guy stepped forward. Identify yourself. Mei Terumi, Jonin Hidden Mist Village. She did not reach for credentials. She did not need to. The way she stood said everything about her rank and capability. I was conducting an independent intelligence extraction on this depot. You've just made my work significantly easier and significantly more complicated at the same time. Naruto looked at her. He noticed this and then decided it was irrelevant to the situation. Beautiful. Strikingly so. The kind of beauty that hit you like a thrown weapon and then smiled about it. He filed that away under things that did not matter right now and focused on the fact that she had 2 techniques semi-formed in her hands. He could not sense the chakra, but he could see the faint shimmer of heat distortion around her left palm and something that looked like steam curling from her right. 2 Kekkei Genkai, his brain supplied. That meant she was dangerous in a way that went beyond standard Jonin. You were here for the intelligence? Tenten asked from behind them, already thinking tactically. There's a prisoner in the sub-level, Mei said. A mist operative captured 2 weeks ago. I came for him, and for the buyer documentation. She looked at the scattered papers already in Tenten's hands. Which you have. A standoff, not hostile, not yet, but charged with the kind of territorial tension that happens when two villages' operations overlap in lawless territory. Guy read the room. His eyes moved between Mei Terumi's rank insignia, her posture, her capability indicators. Then he made a decision. "We have no orders regarding missed prisoners," he said. "Our mission is the weapons pipeline. The documentation will be reviewed, and relevant intelligence can be shared through proper diplomatic channels." Mei's eyes narrowed slightly, assessing. Then she relaxed. 1 degree, just enough to signal acceptance. "Acceptable," she said. "I'll retrieve my operative from below. You'll have your documents. We walk away from this without an incident that neither village needs right now." It should have ended there. Clean, professional. Two villages operating in shared territory, resolving a conflict of interest without escalation, except the depot had a secondary defense system that nobody had known about. Because the buyer, the third party purchasing the weapons, had installed insurance. Naruto heard it before anyone else. The hiss, not of steam, of gas, colorless, odorless, but making a sound as it pushed through hidden vents in the ceiling, a sound that his training heightened hearing caught 3 seconds before anyone else. "Out!" he shouted. "Everyone out now!" Too late for the normal exit routes. The gas was already filling the space. Neiji's Byakugan caught the chemical signature, his eyes widening as his enhanced vision showed him the molecular composition. "Explosive compound," Neji called. "One spark and this building goes." Mei was already moving. Boil release, skilled mist technique. Her hands formed a seal and a cloud of her own vapor billowed upward, meeting the explosive gas at the ceiling. Her technique, a corrosive steam that ate through organic compounds, began neutralizing the explosive agent on contact. But it was not fast enough. The gas was pouring in from multiple vents, and the volume was exceeding what Mei's single technique could handle. Naruto made a decision. He grabbed the Demon Slayer's sword in both hands, pointed it at the nearest wall, and swung. The blade hit the wall. The structural seals embedded in the masonry died. The wall followed, not a small hole this time. The entire east wall of the depot split from floor to ceiling, a 10-foot wide opening cracking through stone and mortar, and the building's atmosphere vented outward in a rush. The explosive gas, no longer contained, now mixing with open air in concentrations too low to ignite, billowed harmlessly into the afternoon sky. The building groaned. Without its east wall, the structural integrity was failing. The ceiling began to bow. "Move," Guy commanded. Everyone moved. They made it out as the depot collapsed behind them. A cloud of dust and debris bloomed skyward. The sound of tons of stone finding the ground rolled across the coastline. 7 shinobi stood in the settling dust. Team Guy on one side, Mei Terumi on the other. All of them covered in gray powder and fragments. All of them alive. Mei looked at the rubble, looked at Naruto. The corrosive vapor from her boil release was still lingering in the air around her. Wisps of acidic steam that drifted in lazy patterns. "You just knocked down an entire building with your sword," she said. "The wall was in the way," Naruto said. As if this was a perfectly reasonable explanation for structural demolition. Mei stared at him. For 1 beat, 2. Then, to her own evident surprise, she laughed. One short, genuine, startled sound. "You're insane." "I get that a lot." The laugh changed something. It cracked the professionalism between them into something less formal. Not friendly, not yet, but looser, more real. "My operative is still in the sub-level," Mei said, looking at the collapsed building. "Assuming it didn't completely cave in below ground." "We'll help you dig," Naruto said. They dug. 2 days of joint extraction followed, recovering the missed operative from the collapsed sub-level, retrieving intact documents from the rubble, and dealing with the secondary complication of more rogue forces showing up to investigate why their supply depot was now a pile of rocks. Team Guy and Mei Terumi operated together through those 2 days out of practicality rather than choice. But the practicality kept putting Naruto and Mei on point together, because their combat styles filled each other's gaps in ways that neither of them expected. Mei fought at range. Her lava release and boil release created kill zones at 30 to 50 feet that nothing survived. But close-range engagements stripped those advantages. You cannot fire acidic steam at a target that is inside your own guard without hitting yourself. Naruto fought at close range. He was the dead zone. the anti-jutsu field that nothing chakra-based survived within 2 feet of. But he had to get close, and skilled opponents at range could delay him. Together, Mei's range attacks drove enemies toward her, and anyone who tried to close the distance to avoid her jutsu ran directly into Naruto's radius. The gap between long and short range, usually a vulnerability for both styles, became a killing ground when they occupied it together. She noticed this on the first engagement. He noticed it on the second. On the third, 6 rogue nin ambushing their camp at night, trying to recover whatever intelligence the fallen depot held, they moved together without speaking. Mei's techniques herding, Naruto's blade harvesting. The 6 combatants went down in under a minute. In the silence after, standing in the campfire's dying light, they looked at each other. "You're not bad," Mei said. "You're not slow," Naruto replied. That was all. But the way it was said, the beginning of something being acknowledged without being named, the joint operation ended on the morning of the 3rd day. Mei's operative was recovered, injured but alive. The documents were secured and divided by relevance to each village's interests. The mission was complete for both parties. Mei was leaving, heading south, back toward water country, her operative supported on her shoulder. Team Guy was heading west, back to Konoha. At the point where the road split, they stopped, turned to face each other. The morning mist off the coastline was thick and gray, and the sun was trying to burn through it. "Terumi-san," Guy said formally, "it has been an honor to operate alongside the Hidden Mist." "Likewise, Mike Guy." Mei's response was equally formal. Then her eyes moved to Naruto. Something in them shifted, just one shade warmer than professional. "Naruto Uzumaki," she said. "Yeah?" She studied him for a moment. This 15-year-old who had knocked down a wall with his sword and grinned about it, who had fought beside her like they had been doing it for years, who was looking at her now with the kind of open, honest directness that most people grew out of at 13, and he had apparently decided to keep forever. "If you're ever in water country," she said, "try not to destroy too many buildings." No promises. His grin, that sun grin. She turned and walked south. He watched her go for 3 steps. Then he turned and walked west. The mist was burning off. The sun was coming through. Something had started. Neither of them named it. Neither of them needed to. 11 months later, Naruto and Lee were running their morning laps, currently at 800 and climbing, the sun barely a smear of orange on the eastern horizon, when Naruto felt it again. That pressure, that weight in the air that had nothing to do with weather or atmosphere, and everything to do with killing intent, too vast to belong to anything reasonable. He had felt it exactly 3 times in his life before. Once for Orochimaru, once for Shukaku, once at the Valley of the End when Sasuke's curse mark went to level 2. This was worse than all 3. He stopped running. Lee stopped beside him, sensing the shift in Naruto's posture the way he always did, the sudden tension, the weight dropping into his stance, his center of gravity lowering. "Something's coming," Naruto said. It came from the east. 2 signatures. Not that Naruto could sense chakra signatures, but he could feel displacement, weight, the way the air got heavier when something massive was moving through it. Like a storm front approaching, but concentrated. Aimed. They were on a return road from a B-rank mission, a border patrol sweep that had been entirely uneventful until this moment. The team was spread, Guy a quarter mile ahead on point, Neji and Tenten flanking 50 yards back. 2 figures appeared on the road ahead, black cloaks with red clouds, both of them. Naruto's breath hitched, not from fear, from recognition. He had seen those cloaks in intelligence briefings, in Jiraiya's notebooks, in the horror stories that Jonin told each other when they thought Genin were not listening. Akatsuki, the first figure, was enormous, blue-skinned, gill-faced, carrying a sword wrapped in bandages that was nearly as large as the Demon Slayer. Kisame Hoshigaki, the monster of the Hidden Mist, the second, was smaller, lean, a face that should have been familiar because it looked like a face Naruto saw every day. Just older, just colder, just wrapped in something that had gone wrong a long time ago. Red eyes. 3 Tomo Sharingan already active, Itachi Uchiha. "The 9 Tails Jinchuriki," Itachi said. His voice was flat, without inflection, like he was reading from a report. "We've been looking for you." Naruto drew the Demon Slayer sword. The weight of it settled into his hands. His stance widened. Every muscle in his body went from running mode to fighting mode in the space of a heartbeat. "You found me," Naruto said. No grin. "Not yet. Now what?" Kasame smiled. It was the smile of something that lived in water and ate things that could not swim fast enough. "Now we take you." He unwrapped his own sword, Samahata. The living blade pulsed and writhed, its scales rippling with excitement. "You don't have chakra for Samahata to eat, which makes this less fun for my partner here, but breaking you physically should still be entertaining." Water style. Exploding water, colliding wave. Kasame's hand hit the ground, and the road became water. A flood erupted from nothing, the technique generating an impossible volume of liquid that rose in a 20-foot wall and crashed toward Naruto and Lee. Naruto's sword came up, one swing, horizontal. The Demon Slayer's sword's edge hit the leading wall of water, and the chakra maintaining its cohesion as the technique disintegrated. The water lost its shape, lost its force. What hit Naruto was not a crushing wave, but a splash. Ordinary water, gravity-bound, harmless. He walked through it, knee-deep, the water parting around him. His eyes locked on Kasame, but Itachi was already moving. Red eyes spinning. Tsukuyomi. The genjutsu hit, or tried to hit. Itachi's Sharingan locked onto Naruto's eyes. The most powerful genjutsu in the Uchiha arsenal activated, a technique that trapped the target in a world of Itachi's creation for what felt like 72 hours in the span of a second. Unbreakable, inescapable, it had broken Jonin, broken Anbu captains, broken everyone it had ever touched. It hit Naruto's mind and found nothing to grab. Genjutsu disrupted chakra flow to the brain. Naruto had no chakra flow. His brain received no chakra because his coils were fused shut and had been since birth. Tsukuyomi crashed against the void of his neural pathways and bounced, not resisted, not broken through. Simply irrelevant, like trying to cut something that had no surface, like trying to drown something that had no lungs. Naruto blinked, looked at Itachi. Itachi's Sharingan was still spinning. Was that supposed to do something? Naruto asked. Itachi's face changed. For the first time in years, decades, something that was not composed and emotionless flickered across those features. Surprise, genuine, unguarded surprise. Interesting, Itachi said. And in that word was the recognition of something he had never encountered, an opponent his eyes could not touch. Lee was at Naruto's side. Guy was incoming. Naruto could hear the footsteps, that particular thunder of a man running at full speed, but Kasame was already engaging. Samahata sweeping in a massive arc toward Lee, the living blade screaming for chakra to eat. Lee jumped, backward, creating distance. That sword eats chakra through contact. Mine eats it through everything. Naruto charged Kasame. Samahata and the Demon Slayer's sword met in the middle. The collision produced a sound that was not metal on metal. It was something else. Two opposite forces touching and the universe disagreeing with the contact. Samahata tried to eat. The Demon Slayer's sword tried to erase. For 1 second they were locked, the living blade's scales writhing against the anti-chakra edge, and then Samahata screamed. The living sword recoiled, physically recoiled from the Demon Slayer's sword like a hand pulled from fire. It thrashed in Kasame's grip, its scales pressing flat, pulling away from the anti-chakra field. What? Kasame's eyes widened. His sword, the sword that had never feared anything, was afraid. Naruto pressed forward. The Demon Slayer's sword swung again, not at Kasame's body, but at Samahata itself. The blade caught the living sword's edge, and the anti-chakra field flooded into it. Samahata's scales went gray. Its movement ceased. For 3 terrifying seconds, the legendary living blade of the 7 swordsmen of the mist went completely still, its chakra-devouring ability stripped by contact with something that erased chakra at a more fundamental level than Samahata could consume it. Kasame ripped his sword back, disengaged, 3 steps of distance. His face was no longer smiling. Itachi, Kasame said. His voice had lost its amusement. This isn't the extraction we planned for. Itachi was watching Naruto, those red eyes tracking, assessing, processing the reality of a target that was immune to genjutsu, resistant to ninjutsu through the sword, and physically operating at a level that his intelligence had significantly underestimated. Then Guy arrived. The green beast of Konoha landed between the Akatsuki pair and his students like a meteor in human form. The crater from his landing was 3 feet wide. His posture said everything about what would happen next. "You do not touch my students." The words came out of Guy like a cannon firing. His eyes locked on Itachi and then looked away. He knew about Tsukuyomi. He averted his gaze. Fought by peripheral vision alone, Itachi assessed the field. 2 S-rank criminals. Against Might Guy, a man who was in the bingo book under the specific notation "flee on sight" for certain classes of opponent. Against a Jinchuriki with an anti-chakra sword that had just terrified Samehada. Against Rock Lee, whose speed reports were classified. Against Neji and Tenten, incoming fast, the math changed. "We're leaving," Itachi said. "What?" Kasame turned. We cannot," Itachi said. His voice carried something that Kasame recognized. Not fear, but the absolute certainty of a calculation reaching its conclusion. "Not today." Kasame looked at the Demon Slayer's sword. Looked at his own blade, still quivering, still pulling away from Naruto's direction. Then he sheathed Samehada and stepped backward into the water that still flooded the road. They sank, both of them, into the technique's remnant water, dissolving into it like they had never been solid. Gone in seconds. The road was still, water draining away, morning sun hitting the puddles. Naruto stood with the Demon Slayer's sword still raised, breathing hard, eyes locked on the spot where 2 S-rank criminals had just decided that discretion was the better part of continuing to exist. Lee was the first to speak. "Did Samehada just?" "Yeah." Naruto's grin finally appeared, wild and sharp and burning with something that was not relief but satisfaction. "Yeah, it did." Then his face changed, the grin vanished, replaced by something harder, something that looked forward rather than back. "They came for me," he said, "for the 9 tails. This isn't going to stop." "No," Guy said. His arms were crossed. His posture was alert. "It won't." Naruto looked at his team, Lee still vibrating from adrenaline, Neji arriving with his Bakugan extended to maximum range, scanning for any return, Tenten with 3 explosive tags already deployed in a perimeter. "Good," Naruto said. The sword went back on his back, his stance relaxed, not into carelessness, but into readiness. The readiness of someone who has accepted what is coming and chosen to face it head on. "Let them come. Every time they come, I'll send them home with less than they arrived with." He started walking toward Konoha. The team fell in around him without needing to be told. Formation was instinct now. Years of fighting together had made them a single organism with 5 brains. Nobody followed them. The road was empty all the way home, but the information was out now. The Akatsuki knew, not just that Naruto Uzumaki was a Jinchuriki. They knew what he was, what his sword did, what his void meant for their techniques, what it felt like to have Samehada meet something it could not eat. That information would change their strategy, would change their approach, would make the next encounter different. Good. Let it be different. Let them send whatever they had. Naruto would be here, the same way he was always here, the same way he would always be here, ready. Back in Konoha, the debriefing reached the Hokage's desk within the hour. Tsunade, who had taken the hat after the Chunin exam invasion, who had been dragged out of retirement by Jiraiya in a village that needed her, read the report twice. Then she called Jiraiya in. The conversation between them was not short. The intelligence assessment was clear. Akatsuki had attempted an extraction, been repelled by a Chunin-level team. Technically, Team Guy's actual capability assessment exceeded most Jonin squads, and retreated with full tactical data on Naruto's abilities. "They'll come again," Jiraiya said. "Smarter, with a plan that accounts for the anti-chakra. And what do you recommend?" Jiraiya was silent for a moment. "He doesn't need me to make him stronger. Guy's doing that. But he needs to understand what's coming, the full picture. Pain, the Rinnegan, the scope of what Akatsuki actually is." He pulled out his notebook. "I'll brief him myself." He did. That evening at Ichiraku Ramen, over 17 bowls. Because Jiraiya had learned that the best way to deliver serious information to Naruto Uzumaki was to do it while the boy's mouth was full enough that he could not interrupt. The Toad Sage laid out everything. 6 paths. The Rinnegan. A man named Nagato who believed himself to be a god. An organization collecting tailed beasts for a weapon that could reshape the world. A plan that was years in the making and was now accelerating because the targets were getting harder to reach. Naruto ate his ramen, listened, asked questions between bowls, direct, sharp, cutting to the tactical core of each point. So the leader of this thing, this pain, he controls 6 bodies at once? From a distance, they're connected by chakra transmission, all coordinated, all sharing a single consciousness. Chakra transmission. Naruto set down his chopsticks, grinned. Connected by chakra. Jiraiya saw the grin and felt his spine prickle. Why do I not like that expression? Because you're thinking what I'm thinking. Naruto picked up his chopsticks again, grabbed another mouthful of noodles. If they're connected by chakra, I can cut the connections. Jiraiya stared at him. Then he wrote something in his notebook very fast. That's theoretically. It's not theoretical. I cut puppet strings. I cut rotation. I cut chakra enhancement off living bodies. If his 6 bodies are connected by chakra threads, I can't see. I just need to get close enough. Jiraiya closed his notebook, set his hand on it, looked at Naruto with the expression of a man who was realizing, not for the first time, but perhaps more acutely than ever before, that this child was going to change everything. You're 15, Jiraiya said. And you're already planning how to dismantle a god. Naruto slurped his noodles. He's not a god. He's a guy with too much chakra and not enough people telling him he's wrong. He pointed a chopstick at Jiraiya. People get corrected. That's what I do. I correct people. Hard. Jiraiya laughed. It came from somewhere real. You sound like you're... He stopped. Caught himself. Naruto looked at him. Those blue eyes, sharp as always, catching the pause, catching what was not said, filing it away. He did not push. Not today. But the file was growing. Eat your ramen, old man, Naruto said. You're buying. Jiraiya ate his ramen. The call came 7 months later, and it came from Water Country. Jiraiya's intelligence network, vast, paranoid, maintained through decades of contacts and paid informants, picked up something moving in the hidden mist. Not external threats this time. Internal fractures. A faction within the village working to undermine the incoming Mizukage's authority before she could consolidate power. Assassinations of key allies. Falsified intelligence placed with rival nations. A coordinated effort to bleed the mist from inside the incoming Mizukage. Mei Terumi. Naruto read the briefing in the Hokage's office. Tsunade watched him read it. She saw the moment his jaw tightened, the moment the briefing went from information to personal. Konoha's interest is stability, Tsunade said. A destabilized mist serves no one. We're sending a team to coordinate with Terumi's loyalists and eliminate the internal threat. I'm going, Naruto said. I was going to order you to go regardless. Good, then we agree. He was out of the village by nightfall. Not alone. Guy would not have allowed that, and the Hokage had assigned a support contingent. But the trajectory was clear. Naruto was the point. Naruto was the weapon being aimed at a problem. The ocean crossing was an exercise in frustration. Naruto stood at the prow of the transport ship and vibrated with impatience. The sea was vast and the ship was slow, and he could not make it go faster with his legs, and this was, in his firmly held opinion, unacceptable. Can we swim? He asked the captain. It's 300 miles. And? The captain looked at him, looked at the muscles under his jacket, decided not to argue the point, and instead just said, we dock in 6 hours. 6 hours of Naruto doing push-ups on the deck. 6 hours of calisthenics and shadow swinging the Demon Slayer's sword at imaginary opponents. 6 hours of Lee matching him rep for rep, while the ship's crew tried very hard not to stare at the 2 insane teenagers using their cargo vessel as a gymnasium. They docked. Water Country's coast was gray and jagged, fog-wrapped cliffs, cold surf, the kind of landscape that looked like it had been fighting itself for centuries. Mist operatives loyal to Mei were waiting at the harbor. 3 of them. They looked at the Leaf team and recognition hit their faces. Recognition of a name, of a sword, of a reputation that had apparently crossed oceans. Uzumaki, the lead operative said. A woman with close-cropped hair and a scar running from her jaw to her collarbone. Terumi-sama briefed us. You're the anti-jutsu specialist. I'm the everything specialist, Naruto said. Where is she? The capital. Maintaining position. She can't leave without showing weakness. The operative's expression was grim. The faction has been hitting targets around her. Allies, supply lines, communication channels. They're isolating her. Not anymore, they're not. He followed the operatives north, through the fog, through the cold country that smelled like salt and iron. And in the capital of the hidden mist, a city built on water, All bridges and canals and buildings that rose from the sea itself, he found Mai Terumi. She was in a command room, maps on every wall, intelligence reports stacked on 3 desks, 4 advisors talking at once. The air was tense with the particular electricity of a leadership under siege, still standing, still functioning, but feeling the pressure from every direction. Mai saw him enter. Her eyes locked on immediately. He was taller than she remembered, nearly her height now, broader in the shoulders, the Demon Slayer sword's hilt rising over his right shoulder like a dorsal fin. 16, and built like something that had been forging itself in fire for years. For 1 second, her expression was unguarded. Something in it that was not professional and not composed and not the sharp-edged Kaj candidate she showed the rest of the world. Relief? Maybe. Or the recognition of something she had not realized she was waiting for until it arrived. Then the mask came back, smooth and polished and appropriate for a room full of subordinates. Uzumaki. She straightened from the map table. You're early. Your message said urgent. It is, but I told your Hokage we needed coordinators, not combatants. This is an internal matter. Leaf cannot be seen fighting mist battles. Then don't let them see me. Her mouth almost smiled. Almost. She turned to her advisors. Give us the room. They hesitated. 4 advisors, all of them senior, all of them bristling at being dismissed for a 16-year-old foreign nin. Mei's eyes shifted 1 degree colder, and they left. Door closed. Just them. And the maps. The faction, Mei said, stepping to the central table. Led by 3 former elite jonin who were aligned with Yagura's regime before his death. They've been building for 2 years, waiting for the transition period when power changes hands. They have, she counted on her fingers, 30 confirmed combatants, 2 of whom possess Kekkei Genkai, a sea fortress off the southern coast, and a timeline. They're planning something within the week. What? A decapitation strike. During the formal investiture ceremony. Kill me, install their own candidate, blame it on external enemies. Her eyes met his, green on blue. I've been managing 3 layers of counterintelligence while maintaining public composure. It is exhausting. Then stop managing it. Let me handle the fortress. I told you, Leaf cannot be seen. Mai. He said her name and the room shifted. Not her title, not her rank, her name. I'm not here as the Leaf Village. I'm here because you need help and I can give it. She looked at him for a long time. The war between pride and practicality playing out behind her eyes. The part of her that had survived years of Mrs. Bloody politics telling her to handle this alone, the way she had handled everything alone. And the part of her, the part that remembered a blonde teenager walking through her corrosive mist with burns on his arms and a grin on his face, saying something different. The fortress, she said. 3 days from now, we hit it together. My loyalists take the perimeter, you take the interior. And you? I'll be with you. Said like a challenge. Said like she was daring him to suggest otherwise. His grin appeared. Wouldn't want it any other way. 3 days of preparation. 3 days of intelligence review, route planning, personnel coordination. 3 days of being in the same building as Mai Terumi for hours at a stretch. Like working through operational details with the kind of focused intensity that left no room for anything personal. Except the moments between the work. The late hours when the advisors were gone and the maps had been reviewed for the 4th time, and there was nothing left to plan, and they were still in the same room because neither of them had moved to leave. She was sharp. Funny when she let herself be. She gave as good as she got in every exchange. Naruto's directness meeting her wit and producing something that crackled. You're reckless, she told him on the 2nd night, looking over casualty estimates from the fortress assault. You've said that before. It remains true. And you're going to be Mizukage, so we're both something people don't expect. She looked up from the reports, studied him, his face lit by lamplight, the jaw that had lost its childish roundness, the eyes that had not changed at all from the coast, the same blue, the same directness, the same absolute lack of anything resembling guile. You're different, she said. From what? From everyone. She said it without elaboration, without context, just the statement, raw and honest in a way she was not often honest outside of combat. He held her gaze. So are you. Neither of them moved to close the distance. It was not time yet. The mission was in 2 days. The gap between them was still called duty and distance, and the fact that she was about to become a village leader, and he was a shinobi from another nation entirely. But something was building. Had been building since a coastal depot and a wall of corrosive mist. Had been building across months of separation, and the kind of memory that does not fade because it was real when it happened. The morning of the assault. Pre-dawn. The sea fortress visible as a shape against the horizon, a stone structure built on a natural rock formation half a mile off the coast. 3 jonin inside, 12 chunin-level combatants, barrier seals on every wall. The home ground of water-style specialists surrounded by their element, Mei's loyalists deployed to the perimeter in fast boats. Their job, containment. Nobody gets out. Naruto and Mei were on the beach, the fortress half a mile across open water. "How are you getting there?" Mei asked. "The boats won't approach until the barrier seals are down from inside." Naruto looked at the ocean. Half a mile, open water, no chakra to walk on it, no technique to cross it. He dropped into a sprinter's stance, both feet planted in the wet sand, the Demon Slayer sword already in his right hand. "I'm running," he said. "You can't walk on water." "Who said anything about walking?" He exploded forward. His first step hit the waterline. His foot impacted the ocean's surface with such force. 400 pounds of weighted body, plus 16 years of impossible physical development, concentrated into a single downward drive, that the water did not have time to yield. Surface tension, overwhelmed by speed and power, held for the fraction of a second his foot was in contact. Then he was already on the next step. Boom, boom. Each footfall cracked the ocean's surface like striking glass. White spray erupted in plumes behind each step. 10 feet high, 20 feet high, the impact so violent they sent shockwaves across the water in expanding rings. He was not running on the ocean. He was beating it into submission step by step, striking it so hard, so fast, that physics gave up and let him cross. From the beach, Mei watched him go. This boy, this absolute madman, running across the open sea through sheer physical force, the Demon Slayer sword trailing spray behind him, each footstep a detonation that threw water into the pre-dawn air. She was smiling. She did not notice she was smiling. But she was. Half a mile in 40 seconds. Naruto hit the fortress wall at full sprint and put his fist through it the way he had put his fist through the depot wall months ago. The barrier seal activated, tried to activate, and met the anti-chakra field around his hand. The seal died mid-formation. The wall followed, stone shattered inward. Naruto was through, inside the fortress, already moving. "Intruder!" The first call, then the response. Water style, water dragon jutsu. 3 of them simultaneously. 3 dragons of compressed water, serpentine and massive, roaring toward the hole in the wall. The Demon Slayer sword was up. 1 horizontal sweep. The blade caught all 3 dragons in a single arc, and every molecule of chakra maintaining their form vanished on contact. 3 water dragons became 3 waves of ordinary seawater splashing harmlessly against the stone floor. Water style, water prison jutsu. From behind, the water wrapped around Naruto's sword arm, tried to solidify into a sphere, touched the anti-chakra field, fell apart before it could close. He spun. The chunin who had attempted the prison was 6 feet away. Naruto's left fist caught him in the solar plexus, and the man folded in half and did not get up. Room to room, floor to floor. The fortress was a maze of stone corridors and water-filled channels, and every single defender used the same element, water. The element that required the most sustained chakra output to maintain in combat form. The element that the Demon Slayer sword ate like breakfast. Water style. Raging waves. Swing, gone. Water style. Water shark bomb. Swing, gone. Water style. Hiding in mist technique. The mist formed thick, blinding, chakra-saturated. Naruto stood in it, grinned, raised the Demon Slayer sword above his head and swung it in a full circle. The anti-chakra field radiated outward from the spinning blade. Every molecule of chakra-sustained mist within 3 feet of him died, then 6 feet, then 10. The sword's rotation created an expanding sphere of clear air in the middle of the hidden mist technique, a bubble of visibility that grew with each revolution until the entire room was stripped of its concealment. 7 defenders stood revealed, all of them staring. Naruto stopped spinning. The Demon Slayer sword came to rest on his shoulder. He looked at 7 very concerned water-style specialists and said, "Boo." 3 of them broke and ran. 4 held their ground. He respected that. He also put all 4 of them on the floor in the next 8 seconds because respecting someone's courage did not mean giving them time to form another seal. Then the Kekkei Genkai users. The first, ice release. The temperature in the corridor dropped 30 degrees in a second. Ice formed on the walls, on the ceiling, on the floor. Crystalline structures growing from nothing, fueled by a bloodline limit that mixed water and wind chakra into frozen matter. Ice release, ice prison. Walls of ice shot up around Naruto. Solid, thick, matter, not just chakra. The Demon Slayer sword's anti-chakra edge could erase the chakra sustaining the technique, but the ice itself was physical. It would remain as real ice even without chakra. It would just stop growing, stop being controlled. Naruto looked at the ice walls closing around him, looked at the Demon Slayer sword, then he put the sword on his back, made a fist, and punched the ice. The wall exploded outward, not cracked, not fractured, exploded. His physical striking power, augmented by nothing, enhanced by nothing, just the raw output of a body that had been training beyond human limits since age 6, hit the ice with enough force to send frozen shards through the opposite wall of the corridor. The sound was like cannon fire. He walked through the gap, made another fist, punched the next wall, then the next. The ice release user watched in mounting horror as this teenager punched his way through frozen constructs that should have held Jonin-level pressure, not with a sword, not with a technique, with his body. He tried again. Ice release, crystal ice mirrors. The dome formed, 21 mirrors of ice surrounding Naruto in a sphere. The technique that allowed the user to move between reflections at light speed, attacking from every angle simultaneously. Naruto stood in the center, watched the user's reflection appear in one mirror, then another, flashing between them, preparing to strike from multiple angles at once. Naruto raised the Demon Slayer sword. He did not swing at the mirrors, he swung at the floor. The anti-chakra edge hit the stone, and the energy discharged from the impact, the shockwave of a building-sized sword hitting solid ground at full force, sent a vibration through the fortress's structure that hit every mirror simultaneously from below. The ice cracked, all 21 mirrors, at once. The structural stress of the impact traveling through connected stone broke the technique's physical foundation before the anti-chakra even needed to touch it. The dome collapsed. The ice release user stood exposed. Naruto was already there. One step, his fist connecting with the user's jaw. Lights out. The second Kekkei Genkai user did not engage. He saw what happened to his partner, looked at Naruto coming down the corridor with the Demon Slayer sword still steaming from the ice impact, and made the very smart decision to drop his weapon and raise his hands. Smart? Naruto told him, zip-tying his wrists. Mei came in from the east side. Her timing was flawless. The barrier seals had died the moment Naruto entered the building, and her approach path was clear. Lava release scorched through the fortress's outer defensive positions with beautiful, molten efficiency. Her boil release sealed the escape tunnels that ran below the waterline, acidic steam filling the passages, making them unsurvivable. The 3 faction leaders were on the top floor, the war room. They had not run because they had believed their fortress was impregnable, and they had been right, against everything except what was currently climbing their stairs. Mei and Naruto hit the war room door from opposite sides at the same moment. Not coordinated. Not pre-planned. Just the natural result of 2 people who moved at the same speed through the same problem. The door went inward. 3 Jonin-level threats inside, all of them armed, all of them with seals already forming. Water style, giant vortex jutsu. The first one, Naruto's sword, gone. Lava release, melting apparition technique. Mei, over his shoulder, her technique sailing past him into the opening created by his erasure of the first attack. The lava glob hit the second Jonin's defensive wall, which was water, which immediately evaporated, and splashed across the floor in a line that cut off their retreat. The third Jonin went for Naruto directly. Taijutsu, no jutsu. Smart, he had seen what happened to techniques. He came in fast with a blade, targeting the gaps in the Demon Slayer sword's sweep radius. He was good. He was Jonin level good. But Naruto had been sparring with Rock Lee 6 days a week for years. The Jonin's blade came in high. Naruto shifted the Demon Slayer's sword to one hand, left hand, blocking the blade with the flat. His right hand, now free, came up inside the Jonin's guard. The anti-chakra field around his fist, still active because his left hand maintained sword contact, stripped every enhancement from the Jonin's body in the instant of proximity. Chakra reinforcement gone. Speed boost gone. The man's physical stats dropped to baseline human in the space between heartbeats. Naruto's right fist hit him in the center of the chest. The Jonin flew backward into the far wall. The stone cracked around his impact. He did not get up. 2 down. 1 remaining. He looked at Mei on his left, looked at Naruto on his right. Made a choice. He went for Naruto. The sword. The bigger threat. He charged with everything he had. Mei's hand was already extended. Boil release. Skilled miss technique. The corrosive vapor hit the last faction leader from the side. He had committed to his charge. He could not redirect. The technique ate through his flak jacket, his sleeve, and the skin beneath in less than a second. He screamed. Dropped. The fight was over. The room settled. Steam and smoke and the smell of burned stone. Sunlight coming through the slit windows. The sea visible beyond, calm and gray. Naruto and Mei stood in the same room. Both of them breathing from exertion. Both of them flushed with the aftermath of combat that had demanded everything they had. Their eyes met. "You," Mei said, and her voice had lost every trace of the sharp professional edge that she maintained in front of others, "are completely reckless. Yeah, it is infuriating. I know. A beat, too. Don't ever stop," she said, and then she closed the distance between them and her mouth was on his. It was not gentle. Neither of them was gentle. It was the kind of kiss that happens between two forces of nature when they finally stop orbiting and collide, all momentum and honesty, and the release of something that had been building since a coastal depot and a wall of steam and a grin through burns. When she pulled back, her hand was on the back of his neck, and his left hand, the one not holding the sword, was on her waist, both of them slightly out of breath. "About time," Naruto said. She laughed. For real. The kind of laugh that did not guard itself. "You're 16. And I should know better." "Do you?" She looked at him. At his face, lit by the thin light through the windows. At the absolute zero hesitation in his expression. At the person who had just run across an ocean and punched through a fortress and was looking at her like she was the only complicated thing in the room. "No," she said. "I don't." That night, after the debriefing, after the prisoners were secured, after the intelligence was cataloged and Mei's loyalists reported all objectives met, they sat together on the fortress's highest remaining wall. The sea below them, endless and gray. The stars above, hidden by the perpetual mist of water country. He asked her something. Something real. Not about the mission, not about politics or strategy. Something that said, "I see you as a person, not a title." She answered, without deflection, without the armor she wore for everyone else. She told him about what it was like to grow up in the bloody mist, about the people she had lost, about the weight of becoming something for others when you were still figuring out what you were for yourself. He listened. He was, when he chose to be, an extraordinary listener. The same focus he brought to training, that absolute total attention, turned on another person felt like standing in sunlight. She asked him something back, about what it felt like to have no chakra in a world built on it, about what it had cost him, about whether he ever doubted. "Every morning," he said, for about 3 seconds. "Then I decide again." "Decide what? That it doesn't matter, that I'm going to be the best anyway, that nothing, not having nothing, not having everything against me, changes what I'm going to do." She was watching him in a way that had nothing to do with assessment or evaluation, in a way that was just one person seeing another. "How?" she asked. "How can you decide that every morning and mean it?" He thought about it. "Because the alternative is giving up. And giving up isn't something I know how to do. I've looked for it. The feeling that says, this is too much, stop here. I don't have it. Never did. Either something broke it in me before I was born, or," he paused. Something flickered across his face. A feeling too old for his body. "Or I learned it somewhere I can't remember." She did not ask what that meant. She could tell he did not know himself. Not fully. They sat together until the mist thinned and the first gray light of morning touched the water. Then they stood, and stood close. And the distance that had been between them, the professional gap, the duty-defined space, was no longer there. "This is complicated," Mei said. "Everything I do is complicated. I'm about to become Mizukage, and I'm going to be Hokage," he grinned. "We'll be the most terrifying power couple in the history of the 5 nations." She looked at him, shook her head. The smile she was fighting finally won. "You're impossible," she said, consistently. When Naruto left Water Country, something had changed. Not resolved. The distance between Mist and Leaf was real. The duties were real. The complications were real. But anchored. Something solid between them that both of them could feel, and neither needed to question. He returned to Konoha, carrying that change the way he carried everything. Openly, without apology, without hesitation. His team knew immediately. Of course they did. Lee burst into tears. "The springtime of love, Naruto-kun. Your flame has found its match." "Lee, please. We must celebrate with 10,000 laps." Guy was weeping before Lee finished his sentence. "My student, my beautiful student. The fires of youth burn in your heart as they burn in. Guy-sensei, not you too." Tenten crossed her arms and smiled the satisfied smile of someone who had seen something coming for months. "I knew it. The moment you walked through her mist on that first mission, I wrote it in my notebook." Neji said nothing. The next time they were at Ichiraku, Neji silently paid for Naruto's ramen. All 17 bowls, without being asked, without comment. For Neji Hyuga, that was essentially a wedding toast. The morning that Pain came to Konoha was the kind of morning that began like every other morning. 5 a.m., training ground 9, the sound of fists hitting training post and feet hitting dirt, and 2 voices counting at volumes that disturbed the peace. Naruto was at push-up 1412 when the sky split, not figuratively. The air above Konoha cracked with an impact that registered as an earthquake. Something hit the village from above, not a weapon, not a jutsu, but a presence so vast that it displaced the atmosphere on arrival. The shockwave rolled outward from the village center, and even at training ground 9, 2 miles from the impact point, the trees bent and the ground shook. Naruto was on his feet before the shockwave finished passing. The Demon Slayer's sword was in his hand. His eyes were on the sky. Smoke was rising from the village center. Buildings, the ones nearest to the impact point, were already falling. He could hear it, the sound of a village being broken. He ran, not toward safety, toward the smoke, toward the sound. Because that was what Naruto Uzumaki did when his village was under attack. He ran toward the problem so fast that the problem did not get time to decide what to do about him. The streets between Training Ground 9 and the village center were chaos. Civilians running, shinobi deploying, Anbu flickering between rooftops. The defense protocols were activating. Alarms, barrier teams, evacuation routes. The system working as designed. But the system had not been designed for this. Naruto reached the crater, where the central market district had been, shops, restaurants, the street where he bought his groceries, Ichiraku Ramen itself. There was now a hole, 100 feet wide, 50 feet deep. The impact had removed everything within its radius from existence. And floating above the crater, in the still settling dust, 6 figures, 6 bodies, all of them wearing those cloaks, black with red clouds, all of them pierced with black metal rods, all of them moving with the synchronized precision of a single mind operating 6 puppets, the 6 paths of pain. In the center of the formation, the one with the spiked orange hair and the ringed purple eyes, the Deva path, hung in the air like gravity, was a suggestion he had declined. "I am looking," the Deva path said, and his voice carried without effort across the destroyed district, "for the 9 tails, Jinchuriki." Naruto landed on the rim of the crater. The impact of his arrival cracked the stone beneath his feet. The Demon Slayer's sword was in both hands. His eyes locked onto those ringed purple ones across 100 feet of void. "You found him," Naruto said. 6 pairs of Rinnegan eyes turned to him simultaneously. Naruto looked at Pain, at the 6 bodies, at the destruction around him. His village, broken and burning. His home, the place where he had run his laps and eaten his ramen and screamed his goals at the sky every single morning. "I know who you are," Naruto said. His voice was not loud, not yet. It did not need to be loud yet. "Jiraiya told me about you, about Nagato, about what you lost, about what you think gives you the right to do this. The Devapath tilted its head. Then you know why I'm here. I know you think you're a god. Naruto raised the Demon Slayer sword. The rusty blade caught the morning light through the smoke. I know you've been hurting people because you think pain is a lesson. I know you've spent so long suffering that you forgot what you were protecting in the first place. He settled into his stance, feet wide, weight centered, the sword's point aimed at the 6 bodies hanging above his ruined neighborhood. And I think that's the saddest thing I've ever heard. But my village is still standing, so we're done talking. The Devapath's expression did not change, but the other 5 bodies moved. All at once, from 6 angles, the animal path hit the ground and slammed its hands down. Summoning jutsu! 3 massive creatures materialized. A giant chameleon, a multi-headed dog, a bird of prey. Each one the size of a building. Each one connected to the animal path by threads of chakra that sustained the summoning contract. Naruto saw the threads. Not with chakra sensing, he could not sense chakra, but he could see their effects. The slight shimmer in the air between summoner and summon, the tension that said, these things are held here by something invisible. The Asura Path's body split apart, mechanical modifications unfolding from beneath its skin. Missile systems, blades, a laser-focused energy weapon building in its open skull. The human path rushed forward, fast, hands extended for contact. Its technique required touching the target to extract the soul. And it was coming at Naruto with the speed of something that expected to make contact. Naruto's first move was toward the human path, not away from the missiles, not toward the summons, toward the body that needed to touch him, because that body needed to enter the 2-foot radius where his sword's field stripped everything. The human path reached for him, both hands out. Naruto sidestepped. The hands passed his face by inches, and in that same motion, the Demon Slayer's sword's flat smashed into the human path's midsection. The body's chakra-based animation, the energy keeping this corpse moving as one of Pain's vessels, hit the anti-chakra field and stuttered. For 1 second, the human path froze. Its movements halted. Its reach went limp. Naruto hit it again, this time with his fist directly in the chest, and the body went flying. 1 down, temporarily. It would reactivate when it left the field's radius. But temporarily was enough. The Asura Path fired. Missiles, chakra-propelled warheads screaming across the distance. 6 of them, tracking on Naruto's position, the Demon Slayer sword swept upward. The first missile hit the blade and its propulsion system died. The rocket fell out of the air 3 feet in front of Naruto, hitting the ground as dead weight. The second missile, same result. Third, fourth, fifth. All of them losing their chakra-based guidance and thrust the moment they touched the anti-chakra edge. The 6th missile came in low, under the sword's arc. Naruto did not have time to redirect the blade. He kicked it. His foot hit the missile's casing. The anti-chakra field, extending from his body when in sword contact, 2 feet of dead zone, killed the warhead's internal chakra ignition mechanism. It became a metal tube. Naruto's kick sent the dead tube spinning back toward the Asura Path at roughly the speed it had arrived. The path dodged, barely. The animal path's summons were charging. The giant dog, multi-headed, regenerating, barreled toward Naruto with 6 mouths open and teeth the size of his forearms. Naruto ran at it. Not around it. Not away. At it. The Demon Slayer sword came up in both hands, and he jumped. Not with chakra, with legs that could launch his body 40 feet into the air on raw power alone, and at the apex of his jump, he brought the blade down. The sword's edge did not hit the summon's flesh. It hit the chakra threads connecting the summon to the animal path. Invisible strings of maintained energy that kept the contract active, that held this creature in this plane of existence. The Demon Slayer sword severed them the way it severed puppet strings, the way it severed rotation, the way it severed everything that was made of something it was born to destroy. The giant dog vanished, not killed, dismissed, the contract voided. It poofed out of existence mid-charge, leaving Naruto falling through the space where a building-sized creature had been a second ago. He landed, immediately cut the threads on the chameleon. It took 2 swings because the creature was invisible, and he had to track the threads back to their anchor point. Gone. Then the bird. 1 clean swing while it was diving at him. The threads parted. The bird vanished 3 feet above his head. The animal path staggered. Its hands hit the ground again. More summons, replacing the lost ones. New contracts, new threads. Naruto cut them again. Faster this time. He was learning the rhythm. The threads always anchored at the same distance from the path's hands. They always ran at the same height. He could predict where to swing. Cut, gone, cut, gone, cut, gone. The animal path summoned again. Naruto cut again. It was becoming almost routine, almost irritating. A god trying to overwhelm a void that would not stop swallowing everything thrown at it. But the animal path was a distraction. And while Naruto was cutting summon threads, the Deva path had been watching, calculating. Shinra Tensei, universal push, a repulsive force that emanated from the Deva path in all directions. It hit everything within its radius, buildings, debris, the ground itself, and pushed it away with the force of a god declining the existence of nearby objects. It hit Naruto. Anti-chakra did not help here. The repulsive force was not a technique that touched him and could be erased. It was a field, an area effect. The force hit his body from every direction simultaneously. There was nothing for the sword to cut. Naruto flew backward, through the air, through a building wall, through the building, out the other side. He tumbled across a street, hit a second building, and cratered the stone. Pain, real pain. His ribs compressed, his lungs emptied, stars behind his eyes. The kind of impact that would have killed most Chunin outright. Naruto got up, because getting up was what he did. It was the only thing he had ever done. His body screamed and he did not listen, and his feet found the ground and his hands found the sword, and he was standing again, blood on his lips. One rib cracked, he could feel it grinding. The Demon Slayer's sword was still in his hand because he had never let go. Not once in his life had he let go of that sword when it mattered. "You touched my village," Naruto said, and his voice was different now, lower, carrying something that was rising from underneath everything else. "You broke my home." The Deva path watched him stand, expressionless. "And you think that makes me weaker?" Naruto stepped forward. The cracked rib shifted. He did not flinch. "You think destroying things around me makes me less?" Another step. The crater behind him, the smoke above. His team was coming. He could feel them through the vibrations in the ground, could feel guys approaching footsteps like rolling thunder, but he did not wait for them. He did not need them for this next part. Inside the seal, Kurama watched. The Great Fox had been watching since Pain arrived, had felt the Deva Path's technique impact Naruto's body, had felt the rage, not the hot rage of a child being bullied, but the cold rage of something ancient being pushed too far. Naruto reached for it, reached inward, toward the seal, toward the drop that lived there. He did not wait to be pushed. For the first time in his life, Naruto reached and Kurama answered. The drop came, red into void. The reaction was instantaneous, and now, after years of training, after every previous activation, after the Valley and the Akatsuki encounter, and every other time the Black had come, it was controlled. Black form erupted in one line of text, and the air itself changed register. The anti-energy flooded his right side, not wild, not a storm, a river in its banks. The wing erupted from his right shoulder, jagged, massive, the span of it blocking the morning light behind him and casting a shadow across the crater. His right eye bled from blue to crimson. The doubled voice arrived in his throat, his own and the echo, the resonance that made the air vibrate. The demon dweller's sword materialized in his left hand, black as nothing, its edge humming. Naruto stood in the middle of his destroyed village with both swords drawn and a wing spread wide and both eyes, one blue, one red, fixed on the 6 paths of pain. "You touched my team," he said, and the words came out in that doubled tone that made shinobi on distant rooftops feel their bones shake. "You touched my home." He moved. The speed in black form was not what it had been at 12, not what it had been at the Valley. 2.5 years of training had pushed his base to heights that most shinobi could not reach with enhancement. In black form, with the anti-energy fueling his muscles on top of that base, he was not trackable. 1 second he was standing. The next he was inside the formation, among the 6 bodies. The Demon Slayer's sword in his right hand sweeping in arcs that left trails of absolute nothing in the air. The Demon Dweller's sword in his left, reaching, pulling, draining. The Preta path, the one designed to absorb chakra-based attacks, stepped forward. Its ability activated. The barrier formed around it, pulling energy inward. The demon dweller's sword touched the Preta Path's barrier, and the barrier ate anti-energy. Not chakra, anti-energy, the opposite of what it was designed to consume. The Preta Path's absorption ability, built to take in and neutralize chakra, ingested the anti-chakra like a man drinking acid thinking it was water. The Preta Path's circuits overloaded. The Rinnegan eyes in its skull flickered. Its body seized, every chakra pathway in it burning as anti-energy flooded inward through its own absorption technique, turning its greatest strength into the vector of its destruction. The Preta Path collapsed. Not disabled, destroyed at the systemic level. Its chakra architecture burned out from the inside, 5 paths remaining. The Naraka path, the one that regenerated the others. The key. Naruto had known since Jiraiya's briefing that this was the linchpin. Take out the regeneration and the body stayed down. He found it. Among the 5 remaining, the one hanging back. The one that was not fighting directly. The mouth on the ground before it. That summoned construct, the King of Hell, already swallowing the damaged human path to restore it. Naruto dove. The wing folded. He dropped from above the formation like a black meteorite. Both swords aimed downward. The demon dweller's sword's point driving toward the Naraka path's chest. The blade went in and pulled. Visible. The chakra streams, blue-white and massive, tearing free from the Naraka path's body through the sword's edge. The regeneration ability, the stored energy reserves that allowed it to restore other paths, all of it ripping free in streams that the demon dweller's sword drank and destroyed. The King of Hell construct flickered, destabilized. The half-regenerated human path inside its mouth fell out, still broken, still inert. The construct collapsed and vanished. The Naraka path's eyes went blank. Its body slumped forward off the demon dweller's sword's blade and hit the ground with the finality of something that would not be getting back up. The regeneration cycle was gone. The system was broken, 4 paths remaining. None of them could be restored, and Naruto still had time. The Black Divider built, both hands on the Demon Slayer's sword, the demon dweller vanishing, its role completed. The anti-energy flowing into the blade, extending it, expanding it. 10 feet, 20, 30. The massive extension of anti-chakra solidifying along the sword's edge until it was the size of a street. But Naruto did not swing it at the bodies. He aimed it at the connections. The invisible chakra network that bound the 6 paths into one weapon. The transmission system that allowed Nagato to control all of them simultaneously. Threads of chakra running between bodies, running outward to wherever the real Nagato was hiding. A web of energy that the Byakugan could see, but few others could. The Black Divider swung in a full circle. Naruto's body rotating, the building-sized blade sweeping through the air in a 360-degree arc of pure erasure. Every thread in the radius ceased. The connections between the 4 remaining paths severed simultaneously. The coordination collapsed. 4 bodies that had been operating as one weapon suddenly became 4 individual corpses with no controlling intelligence. They dropped, all 4, at once. Like puppets with cut strings, the crater was silent. Naruto stood in the center of it. Black form still active. He had used maybe 90 seconds of his 3 minutes. Both wings still spread, his eyes still red, his breathing even. The 6 paths of pain were down. All of them. Not defeated through overpowering each individually. Defeated through understanding the system and dismantling it at the structural level. Where is he? Naruto's doubled voice boomed across the ruins. Where's the real one? Neji appeared, on a rooftop, Byakugan blazing, his eyes scanning the area, not for the paths which were clearly done, but following the severed threads back to their source, tracking the direction the chakra had been transmitting from. North, Neji called. 3 miles! There's a massive chakra source in a concealed structure. That's where the signal originated. Naruto's wing beat once. He launched northward. A black comet trailing anti-energy across the sky of his village. He found Nagato in a paper tree. The structure was bizarre. A tower of origami sheets folded into a tree shape, hidden among real trees on the northern ridge overlooking Konoha. Inside it, in a mechanical chair that bristled with black receiver rods, sat the most emaciated man Naruto had ever seen. Red hair, Rinnegan eyes, a body so wasted by the strain of controlling 6 paths simultaneously that it looked like it might snap apart. life support systems running from the chair into his spine, keeping him functional. Keeping him alive long past the point where life was anything but pain. A woman stood beside him. Blue hair, paper wings folded at her back. Conan, Jiraiya's other student. Her hands were half formed into weapons, but she did not attack. She looked at Naruto, at the black form fading around him, the wing dissolving, his eye flickering back to blue. And something in her expression said she had already accepted what was about to happen. Naruto landed on the tree structure's platform. His feet hit the paper floor. Black form was gone. Time up, energy spent. He was just himself again. A 16-year-old with a sword and nothing else. He looked at Nagato. Nagato looked at him. "You dismantled all 6 paths," Nagato said. His voice was thin, a reed of a voice from a reed of a body. "In under 2 minutes. No one has ever done that." "Your system runs on chakra," Naruto said. "Everything runs on chakra, and I eat chakra for breakfast." "So it seems." Nagato studied him. Those ringed eyes, the legendary Rinnegan, the eyes of the sage himself, fixed on a boy with no chakra at all. "You are the opposite of everything I am. I have the most chakra in the world. You have none. And I still beat you." Yes, no anger in the admission, just recognition. You did. The wind moved between them. Below, the village was still smoking, still broken, still standing. "Jiraiya-sensei," Nagato said. "He trained you?" "He told me about you, about all 3 of you." Naruto's eyes moved to Conan, back to Nagato. "He told me what happened to your village, to your friend, to everything you lost." "Then you understand." "I understand that you suffered," Naruto said. "And I'm sorry for that. I mean it. I'm genuinely sorry for what happened to you." He stepped forward, 1 step. "But you took that suffering and you turned it into a weapon and you pointed it at people who had nothing to do with your pain. My village, my home. People who were eating breakfast this morning and now they're under rubble." Nagato's mouth opened. To defend, to explain, to make the philosophy work one more time. "Stop," Naruto said. "I've heard the philosophy. Jiraiya told me all of it. The cycle of pain, the weapon to end war. The idea that enough suffering creates peace." He shook his head. "It doesn't. It just creates more suffering. You know it. Somewhere under all that pain and all those years, you know it. Because Jiraiya believed something different. And Jiraiya was right." "Jiraiya is dead," Nagato whispered. Something in his eyes was cracking. "He's not dead if what he believed is still here." Naruto pointed at his own chest. He believed that people could choose better. He believed that peace was built, not forced. He believed in you once, believed hard enough to leave you alive when maybe he shouldn't have. Another step forward. Was he wrong about everything? Or just wrong about how long it would take? Nagato's hands gripped the armrests of his chair. The receiver rods in his back quivered. His face, that gaunt, pain-worn face, was working, fighting something. "I've killed," Nagato started. "Yeah, you have, and that doesn't go away. Nothing I say makes that not true." Naruto was close now, 3 feet from the chair. "But what you do right now, this moment, not the last ones, that's still up to you." The Rinnegan stared at him, stared at this boy who had just torn apart a god's weapon system like it was made of paper, and was now standing here asking that God to choose differently. Not demanding, not threatening, asking. Conan was watching, tears on her face. She had not moved. Nagato closed his eyes. For a long time, the wind moved through the paper tree. The village smoked below, then his hands formed a seal. Outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique. The chakra expenditure was massive. Nagato's body, already wasted, began to consume itself. The jutsu pulled from his life force directly, feeding it into the technique, sending it outward, downward, toward the village below, toward the dead. Conan made a sound, a small sound of grief and acceptance. Naruto watched. He could not see the chakra, but he could feel the weight of the room changing, something vast and expensive leaving the body in front of him. He could see Nagato dying, moment by moment, the cost of this last choice written in the speed of his decline. "Tell Jiraiya-sensei," Nagato whispered. His voice was almost gone. "If he can hear it, from wherever he is." A smile, thin, real, the first genuine thing that had crossed that face in years. "Tell him his student finally got it right." His eyes closed, his hands dropped, the technique completed. Nagato was gone. Conan caught his body before it fell from the chair. She held him, her paper wings folding around them, both like a shroud. Naruto stood there. looking at a dead man who had been a god 5 minutes ago and was now just a person who had finally made a choice worth making. The demon slayer's sword was heavy on his back. His body was exhausted. He turned, looked at the village below. The damage was severe. Craters, collapsed buildings, the physical evidence of Pain's assault. But down there in the rubble, people were standing up. The people who had not been standing a moment ago, Nagato's last technique, the dead returning. Naruto looked at the Hokage monument through the smoke. 5 faces, one of them his father's. He did not know that yet. He would know it soon. But right now, in this moment, standing on a paper tree above his surviving village, that was enough. That was everything. He climbed down. He walked back. He found his team in the rubble, and Lee was already digging people out with his bare hands. And Tenten was coordinating medical supply lines, and Neiji's Byakugan was scanning for buried survivors, and Guy was carrying 3 injured civilians at once, and the village was broken but alive and fighting to stay that way. Naruto joined them, started lifting rubble, his muscles screaming, his reserves empty, did not matter. There was work to do. 2 weeks after Pain's assault, the village was still rebuilding. Scaffolding everywhere, the sound of hammers constant, people sleeping in temporary shelters while their homes were reconstructed. Jiraiya found Naruto at midnight, not at a training ground, not at Ichiraku, at the top of the Hokage monument. Naruto was sitting on the 4th Hokage's head, his usual spot, the highest point, the place he had always gone when he needed to think or not think or just be. Jiraiya climbed up slowly. His body felt old tonight, not from physical wear, from the weight of what he was about to do. He sat down beside Naruto, on the edge of the 4th stone hair. The village stretched below them, torchlight where the electrical grid had not been restored yet. Stars of fire marking the ongoing recovery. Life continuing because that was what life did. They sat in silence for a while. Then Jiraiya said, "I need to tell you something." Naruto looked at him, those blue eyes in the torchlight, reading, the way they always read. "I know," Naruto said. "You've been carrying something since the first day. I've been waiting." Jiraiya's throat worked. His hands were on his knees and they were not steady. "The 4th Hokage," Jiraiya said. He did not look at Naruto when he started talking. He looked at the village. "His name was Minato Namikaze. He was my student, the most talented shinobi I ever trained, the fastest man alive." He took a breath. "Your mother was Kushina Uzumaki. Red hair, loud, the kind of woman who hit you when you were being an idiot and hugged you so hard your ribs creaked when you got it right. She was the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, before you." Naruto was not moving. "The night you were born," Jiraiya continued, and his voice was cracking and he was not trying to stop it. "The seal holding the Nine Tails weakened. It was forced open. Someone attacked. The fox was released. It would have destroyed Konoha." Another breath. Harder this time. "Minato sealed it. Into you, his son, his newborn son. Because the seal required a child with Uzumaki blood, and he could not ask another parent to sacrifice their child when he had one of his own." Jiraiya's hands were fists on his knees. "He and Kushina both died that night, protecting you, protecting the village. They chose to give everything they had so that you could live." The wind moved across the mountain. The torches below flickered. Naruto was looking at the stone face beneath him. The face he had been sitting on for years. The face he had screamed at during morning runs. The face he had climbed to the top of because it was the highest point and he always wanted the highest point. His father's face. He had been sitting on his father's head for years. Something moved through him. Not the hot burst of anger he might have expected. Not the sharp grief of loss. Something bigger. Something that swelled through his chest and his throat and behind his eyes and filled every empty space inside him with a warmth that was also an ache, that was also a pride, that was also a sorrow. He put his hand on the stone. Flat palm against the carved surface, against the 4th Hokage's brow. "Hey, Dad," Naruto said. His voice was steady. His eyes were wet. His hand was warm on cold stone. "I turned out okay. That was all." 4 words, said to a face in a mountain by a boy who had never known his parents and had just learned he came from something extraordinary. Not a speech, not a declaration. Just a son telling his father the only thing that mattered. Jiraiya's shoulders were shaking. The tears running down his face caught the torchlight from below. He did not wipe them. He had held this too long, and the release of it was not something he was going to fight. "You should have told me sooner," Naruto said, his eyes still on the stone, his hands still flat. "I know. Don't do that again." "I won't." Naruto was still for a moment, looking at that face. The face of a man who had been the fastest shinobi alive and had chosen to give his life for his son and his village on the same night. The face of someone whose legacy was not the technique that bore his name, but the boy sitting on his carved head at midnight, alive and whole and louder than the world had ever been ready for. He was the fourth Hokage, Naruto said. He stood up, tall against the night sky, both feet on his father's stone brow. "And I'm going to be the seventh." A pause, a grin, small and real. He'd have liked that. He started walking down the mountain, each step sure, the night air cool around him, his body carrying the new knowledge easily, not as a burden but as a foundation. One more piece of the architecture of who he was settling into place. Jiraiya watched him go. The old man's face was a wreck, tears and snot and the ragged breathing of someone who had been holding grief for 16 years and finally set it down. Below them both, the village's recovery torches burned like earthbound stars. And somewhere inside that village, the son of the fourth Hokage was walking home through the night with his father's name in his chest and his mother's blood in his veins, and the same grin he had worn since the first day he opened his eyes in this world. Different now. Bigger, but the same. Always the same. The intelligence arrived 4 months later, and it arrived like an avalanche, all at once, from multiple sources, impossible to ignore. Madara Uchiha was alive. Or rather, something calling itself Madara Uchiha, wielding power on the scale of the legendary founder, was moving through the world in a way that could no longer be concealed. The entity that had been behind Akatsuki, behind Nagato, behind Orochimaru's actions, behind the destabilization of every major village for the past decade, the puppet master whose strings had been invisible because no one believed the puppeteer could still exist. He was not hiding anymore. He was coming. The 5 Kaj Summit convened. Not the slow, political kind, the emergency kind. The kind where village leaders sat across from each other and set aside decades of rivalry because the alternative was extinction. Naruto was not at the summit. He was in Konoha, training harder than he had ever trained because the scale of what was coming required him to be something beyond what he currently was. Not better. He was already the best his generation had produced. But more. More stamina in black form, more speed in base, more raw destructive output with the Demon Slayer's sword. Guy watched him train and did not joke, did not cry. Just watched with the eyes of a sensei who understood that his student was about to face something that might be too much for anyone, and who was going to make sure that when that moment came, the boy was as ready as a human body could be. The allied shinobi forces formed. Unprecedented. 5 villages contributing their military strength to a single campaign against a single enemy. The logistics were staggering. The politics were a nightmare. But it happened. And on the morning they deployed, tens of thousands of shinobi moving toward the battlefield where intelligence said Madara would make his stand. Naruto saw Mei. She was there, at the head of the mist contingent, in full combat dress, Mizukage robes over mesh armor, the hat left behind because this was not a ceremony. Her auburn hair was tied back. Her green eyes swept the assembled forces and found his blue ones cross 300 feet of marshalling field. They moved toward each other, not running, walking. Through the press of shinobi preparing for war. Through the noise and the urgency and the thousands of people who needed something from both of them, they met in the middle, 3 feet apart, the world moving around them. "You're here," Naruto said. "Where else would I be?" Her voice was even, but her eyes were not. Her eyes were holding something that she was keeping very controlled because this was not the place to let it be uncontrolled. He reached out. His hand found hers, fingers interlocking, just for a moment, just that contact. "When this is over," he said. "When this is over," she agreed. They let go. Both of them turned back to their respective forces. The moment was over. 3 seconds. That was all there was room for. But it was enough. It was always enough between them. The battlefield was a plain, open ground chosen for its lack of natural cover. Because when you were fighting something with the power to reshape terrain at will, starting on flat ground at least gave you a neutral position. Madara Uchiha revealed himself at noon. The sun was directly overhead. No shadows. Maximum visibility. He appeared on a ridge overlooking the plain where the Allied forces had assembled. One figure, one man, white hair flowing behind him, red armor over mesh, the Sharingan burning in his left eye, the Rinnegan in his right. He looked down at the army assembled against him, and his expression was something between amusement and boredom, like an adult watching children play a game they did not understand. "So many of you," Madara said, his voice carried without effort, a voice that had commanded armies a century ago and had not forgotten how. "It's almost flattering." The first wave engaged, Jonin-level squads, the initial probe, testing his defenses, establishing the parameters of what they were fighting. It was a massacre. Not in kills. Madara did not bother killing the first wave. He simply moved through them, his speed making Jonin look like academy students running in slow motion. His taijutsu, bare-handed, without even deploying his greater techniques, putting bodies on the ground in numbers that should have been impossible for a single combatant. Then the second wave. Coordinated ninjutsu assault. 50 shinobi from 3 villages launching simultaneous elemental attacks. Fire, wind, earth, lightning from every direction. Wood style. Wood dragon jutsu. One technique, one hand sign. A dragon of living wood erupted from the earth, not one dragon. 5. Each one intercepting an entire vector of the combined assault. The wooden constructs absorbed the elemental techniques, grew larger from the absorbed chakra, and then swept through the formations like battering rams. Bodies flew. Defenses crumbled. The second wave broke in 12 seconds. Kakashi engaged, Sharingan blazing, moving at his absolute maximum. His Raikiri, the lightning blade that had killed 1,000 targets, drove toward Madara's chest. Madara caught his wrist, stopped the technique, looked at the Sharingan in Kakashi's eye with something like pity. "A borrowed eye," Madara said. "From a borrowed Uchiha. How far we've fallen." He threw Kakashi. The copy ninja hit the ground hard, alive but done for the moment. Guy engaged next. 8 gates open. 5, 6, 7. His body burning with the green energy of life force being converted to pure combat power. His speed crossing the boundary of what was trackable by normal vision. Madara fought him, engaged him. For the first time since arriving on the battlefield, Madara's expression changed. Not concern, interest. The martial artist in him recognizing a worthy physical combatant, they traded blows. The ground shattered beneath them. The air boomed. But Guy could not maintain the upper gates without cost, and Madara could maintain everything forever. Guy came out of it standing, barely, the gate stress burning him from the inside. Naruto watched all of this. He watched from the position Lee was holding him in, physically holding him. One hand on Naruto's shoulder, keeping him from launching forward before the time was right. "Wait," Lee said. His voice was steady. He understood. "Not yet. The opening has to be right." "He's hurting them, Lee." "I know, and you will stop him, but you need the moment." Lee was right. Lee was always right about the rhythm of a fight, the timing, the win of it. Naruto watched, his fists clenched on the Demon Slayer's sword's grip, every fiber of him screaming to move, to go, to hit. But he waited, because Lee was right, and because smart was better than fast when the enemy was this strong. Madara deployed the Susanoo. The chakra construct materialized around him, a skeletal warrior at first, then armored, then complete. The perfect Susanoo rose from the ground like a colossus being born, 100 feet tall, armored in purple energy. Armed with a blade of condensed chakra the size of a city block, the Allied forces fell back. There was nothing in their arsenal that could contest a complete Susanoo at range. Nothing conventional. The opening. Naruto moved. He came from a direction that Madara had not planned for. Because every sensory system Madara was running, Sharingan, Rinnegan, natural chakra detection, was based on detecting chakra, reading energy signatures, tracking the living systems that every shinobi possessed. Naruto did not have a living system to track. He was a void, a gap in the world's information architecture. To Madara's Rinnegan, there was simply nothing where Naruto existed. Empty space, a blind spot shaped like a running teenager. Naruto crossed 200 feet of open ground at full sprint without being detected. He hit the Susanoo's leg. The Demon Slayer sword's edge met the chakra construct's surface, and for the first time since the technique was invented, since Madara himself had first manifested it a century ago, the perfect Susanu's structural integrity failed at a point of contact. Anti-chakra met pure chakra formation and the chakra ceased, a circle of dissolution spreading from the sword's impact point, the leg's armor peeling away, the energy beneath it following, a widening hole appearing in what was supposed to be the absolute defense of the Uchiha clan's ultimate power. Madara felt it. His eyes, all-seeing, past-reading, prophecy-holding, snapped downward to the point of failure. And there, at the base of his colossus, invisible to every detection system he possessed, a 16-year-old boy was cutting a hole in his god. Anti-chakra, Madara said. His voice carried the tone of recognition, of memory. The Uzumaki anomaly. I've read the old records. His Susanu's sword arm began to descend, aimed at Naruto. I never expected to actually see it. Naruto did not have time to respond to the speech. The Susanu's blade was coming down. He jumped. Straight up, the massive chakra sword crashed into the ground where he had been standing, the impact creating a trench 100 feet long. Naruto went up past the Susanu's knee, past its torso, climbing the construct's body by driving the Demon Slayer's sword into its surface like an ice pick. Each puncture creating a dead zone that let him grip, let him pull himself higher. He reached the Susanu's chest in 4 seconds of vertical climbing. The anti-chakra trail he left behind him was a line of failing armor, the construct's integrity compromised along his entire path. The Susanu's free hand swept toward him. A palm the size of a house, Naruto let go, fell backward into open air. The hand passed over him. He twisted, caught the edge of his own anti-chakra trail on the way down, a handhold where the construct's surface had thinned enough for his fingers to grip. Then he drove the sword in again, deeper, into the Susanu's core. The anti-chakra field expanded from the point of penetration, eating inward. The construct began losing structural cohesion from the inside out. Madara felt it, felt his creation dying from a wound that no force in a century had ever inflicted. Interesting, Madara said, and then the complete Susanu dissolved voluntarily. He released it, not from failure, from tactical decision. The construct was compromised, and maintaining it while it was being eaten from within was less efficient than simply letting it go and fighting without it. Naruto fell, 100 feet, hit the ground in a crater, rolled to his feet, soared up. Madara landed across from him. 30 feet of open ground between them. No Susanu, no construct, just the man himself. White hair and red armor and eyes that had seen the rise and fall of the shinobi world. You are something new, Madara said. He was looking at Naruto with the kind of attention that a master craftsman gives to a material he has never worked with. In my time, the Uzumaki clan records mentioned the Voidborn. I dismissed it as superstition. Dismissing me is a common mistake, Naruto said. People keep making it. They keep being wrong. Show me, Madara said. Show me everything you have. Wood style, deep forest emergence. The earth around them erupted. Trees, not natural trees, wooden constructs of the first Hokage's legendary technique, exploded upward in every direction. A forest manifesting from nothing, trunks the size of buildings, roots the size of tunnels, an entire ecosystem of wood and energy growing around them at impossible speed. The trees reached for Naruto, not as environment, as weapons, branches grabbing, roots rising. The forest was alive and it was all directed at him, and the trees were wood, physical matter, not chakra constructs. The Demon Slayer's sword could not erase wood. Naruto set his stance, both hands on the sword, and when the first tree trunk swung toward him like a massive arm, he met it, raw strength, his body against the wood, his shoulder driving into the trunk, his legs pushing against the ground, and the tree moved. Not cut, not erased, pushed backward. A trunk 3 feet in diameter moved because a 16-year-old pushed it. Another trunk from the right, he spun. The flat of the Demon Slayer's sword hit it like a bat hitting a ball. The wood cracked, splintered, exploded outward from the impact of anti-chakra hardened metal, meeting physical matter at full force. Root from below. He jumped. The root shot through the space where his legs had been. He landed on it, both feet driving down, and the root shattered under the impact. But more were coming. Always more. The forest was growing faster than he could destroy it. Madara's chakra volume was producing wood at a rate that would eventually overwhelm pure physical destruction. Naruto reached inward, toward the seal, toward the fox who had been watching since the battle began. Toward the drop that was ready. That was always ready now. Black form. The wing erupted. The eye changed. The doubled voice arrived, both swords in his hands, anti-energy flooding his right side like a river of absolute nothing made visible. The demon dweller's sword in his left hand found the nearest tree trunk and drove in. The wood release technique, still a chakra-based ability, even if it produced physical matter. The chakra sustaining the technique, animating the wood, giving it direction and life. It was in the trees. And the demon dweller's sword could find it, could reach it, could pull it free. Chakra streams ripped from the wood, blue-white energy tearing away from the timber, flowing into the black blade, dissolving into nothing. The tree stopped moving, stopped growing, became just a tree, dead, natural, harmless. Naruto moved through the forest, both swords working, the demon slayer erasing any chakra construct in his path, the demon dweller draining the animating force from the physical wood. Behind him, a trail of dead trees, a wake of stillness in the manufactured chaos. He cut through the forest in 40 seconds, emerged on the other side where Madara waited. Madara was watching. His expression had shifted. The amusement was gone. The boredom was gone. What remained was the face of a warrior who recognized another warrior, who recognized a threat. Magnificent, Madara said, and he meant it. Then he formed a seal. Wood style, wood dragon jutsu. The dragon came, not from the ground, from every dead tree behind Naruto. The wood that had been drained of chakra, that had become inert. Madara's technique reached into it, reinfused it, rebuilt it into a new form. The dead wood came alive again behind Naruto and became a serpentine construct of interlocking timber that wrapped toward him from behind with speed he had not anticipated. The dragon caught him, wrapped around his torso, his arms pinned. The demon slayer's sword's blade facing outward. He could touch the wood with the anti-chakra edge, but the construct was being continuously resupplied. Madara was pumping chakra into it faster than the blade could erase it. A stalemate. The wood holding, the blade eating, the chakra replenishing. Equilibrium. Madara approached, walking, 15 feet away now, his eyes locked on Naruto's. One Sharingan, one Rinnegan, both reading everything about this boy except the void that made him invisible to both. The sword erases what it touches, Madara said. But you have limits. The field has a radius. Your physical strength has a ceiling. And this form, he gestured at the black wing, the red eye, has a time constraint. He was right. Naruto could feel the clock. 2 minutes spent, maybe 90 seconds left, the black form burning through its reserves. I've fought the first Hokage, Madara said. I've fought gods. I've watched civilizations rise and fall. And you are something I have never seen. He stopped, 5 feet away, looking down at the boy held in his wooden construct with something that was not contempt but was not mercy. But you are still one boy, and I am eternal. Naruto looked at him, through the wooden prison, through the black form's fading reserves, through everything. And he grinned. You want to know something? Naruto said, both voices, his and the echo. About time limits, he pushed. Not against the wood, into it. His entire body driving forward, 400 pounds of weighted muscle, 16 years of training beyond human capability, every ounce of everything he had ever built. The wood did not give at first. It held. Madara's chakra supply maintaining it. But Naruto was not just pushing with his body, he was pushing with the black divider, the anti-energy flowing into the demon slayer's sword, building, extending, the blade growing inside the wooden prison, pressing outward against the construct's interior, the anti-chakra eating through the structural integrity from within. The black divider building and building and building. I don't have time limits, Naruto said. The sword exploded outward. The black divider erupted from the wooden dragon in every direction simultaneously. Not a slash, an expansion. A sphere of anti-chakra blade material pushing outward from Naruto's body like a detonation. The wood, every piece of it within 20 feet, hit the anti-chakra edge and the energy sustaining it ceased. The construct collapsed. Fragments of dead wood falling around Naruto like autumn leaves. He stood free. The black divider in his hands, 60 feet of anti-chakra blade extending from the demon slayer's sword's hilt. Longer than it had ever been. Bigger. The culmination of 2.5 years of pushing the form further, learning its shape, training it the way you train a muscle. And there was time. Not much. 30 seconds maybe. But enough. Madara saw it coming. His hands moved. Susanoo. The construct reforming. Not the complete body this time. Just the rib cage. The armor. Fast. The fastest possible defensive manifestation. The Black Divider swung. A vertical line of nothing opened in the Susanoo's armor. The anti-chakra edge cut through the ribcage construct from shoulder to hip. A diagonal slash that parted the greatest defensive technique in shinobi history like curtains being drawn. The Susanoo split, 2 halves, falling away from each other. The chakra that had formed them dissolving into nothing as the anti-energy consumed it from the point of severance. Madara was inside, exposed, the blade still coming. He caught it, both hands, on the flat of the Black Divider's edge. His physical body, a century of combat experience and genetic perfection, catching a building-sized blade with his palms. The anti-energy burned into his hands. His chakra enhancement stripped where his skin touched the blade. His palms bled, but he held. For 1 second they were locked. The irresistible force and the immovable object. Naruto's blade pushing forward, Madara's hands pushing back, the air between them distorting from the competing pressures. Naruto headbutted him. Across the remaining distance, leaning forward, his forehead driving into Madara's face with the force of a boy who had headbutted a Sannin at 12 and had only gotten stronger since. The impact sent shockwaves through both of them. Madara's head snapped back. His grip on the Black Divider faltered. Blood from his nose. On the battlefield around them, Guy was on his knees, tears streaming, fist raised. "That's my student!" The roar carrying across the field. Lee was jumping, literally jumping up and down. "That's right," both fists pumping. "Naruto-kun, yes, yes!" Mei, across the field, her face, not fear, not worry. Something that was pride and terror and love all at once, all held behind the expression of a Kage who was watching someone she had chosen put everything on the line. Sasuke, on the far flank, Sharingan blazing. He had come, had joined the allied forces, had chosen the village, chosen it the way Naruto had asked him to choose it, in that hospital room, in that locked room with cuffs on his wrists. He was watching across 300 feet of battlefield, his face unreadable, his eyes tracking everything. The headbutt bought 1 second. 1 second where Madara's grip was loose and his head was back, and the Black Divider was free. Naruto did not waste it. He swung again. Not at Madara directly, at the ground beneath him. The Black Divider hit the earth and cut downward. The anti-chakra edge meeting the subterranean root network that Madara's wood release had been building throughout the fight. A hidden system of chakra-laced roots that was the foundation of his terrain control. The roots died. Miles of them. The anti-chakra racing along the network like fire along a fuse, eating every connection, severing every supply line. Madara's control of the battlefield, the ambient wood release that had been his structural advantage, collapsed. The ground beneath Madara's feet went inert. His footing, which had been subtly enhanced by the root network, shifted. For 1 fraction of a second, Madara Uchiha was standing on plain dirt. No enhancement, no structural support, no chakra-laced terrain. And in that fraction of a second, Lee hit him. Rock Lee. 5th gate open, no. 6th. The green energy of life force conversion burning around his body like a bonfire. He had been waiting, the same way Naruto had waited for his opening. The same way a team waits for the exact moment their combined efforts align. Lee's kick hit Madara in the ribs. The impact was not visible. It was too fast. 1 frame Madara was standing. The next frame he was 30 feet away, and the air where he had been was collapsing with a thunderclap. Neji was there, where Lee had sent Madara flying, already positioned. Byakugan blazing. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. His hands blurred, striking at Madara's tenketsu, the chakra points that fed the man's techniques. Each strike landing on a body that was still reeling from Lee's kick, still processing the loss of terrain control, still dealing with the Black Divider's severance of his root network. Neji's palms hit, one after another. Not all of them connected. Madara was still Madara, still fast enough to avoid even in recovery. But enough hit, enough tenketsu sealed, enough disruption to his chakra flow to weaken the next technique he formed. Then Tenten's scroll unfurled. Above, She had been positioning for this. Her entire role in the fight had been positioning, waiting for the moment the target was disrupted enough for physical weapons to matter. 100 weapons launched simultaneously, all of them aimed at the points where Neiji's gentle fist had sealed the tenketsu. All of them timed to arrive in the same half second. Madara blocked most of them. Deflected, dodged, but 3 connected. Physical metal in physical flesh. Small wounds, but wounds. And then Sasuke was there, from the far flank, at full speed, Sharingan reading the situation, reading the disrupted chakra flow from Neji's strikes, the physical damage from Tenten's weapons, the structural weakness from the root network's collapse, reading it all and finding the opening. Chidori lightning in his hand. Not the dark version, not the curse mark's corruption. Clean lightning, his own technique, earned through years of training in the village he had chosen to stay in. Aimed at Madara's exposed left side, the side where Lee's kick had cracked ribs, where Neiji's palm had sealed 3 adjacent tenketsu, where Tenten's kunai had cut through armor. The Chidori drove into Madara's flank, lightning and flesh, the technique piercing through. Madara's eyes widened, not from the pain but from the coordination, from the fact that this was not one fighter. This was a system, a team. People who had trained together and fought together and learned each other's rhythm so thoroughly that they functioned as a single weapon with 5 edges. Madara fell. Not in stages, all at once. The way extraordinary things fall. The way a fire goes out when the last fuel is consumed. He was standing, and then he was on the ground, and then he was still. The battlefield was silent. Then it wasn't. The roar started from the front lines and spread backward through the Allied forces like a wave. Thousands of voices. The sound of collective relief and disbelief and victory all hitting at once. Naruto stood over what remained. Black form dissolving around him, the wing folding, fading, the red eye flickering back to blue. The demon dweller's sword vanishing. The black divider shrinking, returning to the normal demon slayer sword's rusted, jagged form. His right arm shaking so hard the blade's tip rattled against the ground, his forehead was bleeding. Again, from the headbutt. The same spot it always split. He looked at Madara, at the body on the ground, at the man who had been behind everything. Every shadow, every manipulation, every threat that had shaped the world Naruto lived in. You said you were eternal, Naruto said. His voice was his own again. One voice, tired, raw, certain. But nothing is, not even you. He turned around and looked at what was still standing. The battlefield, broken, scarred, scattered with the evidence of what it had cost to get here. People were down, injured, exhausted, but alive. His team was there, Lee on one knee, the gate stress still burning through him. Neji, Byakugan deactivating for the first time since the fight began. Tenten, empty scroll in hand, breathing hard. Guy somewhere on the sideline, a wreck of tears and pride, Sasuke, standing where his Chidori had connected, his hand still sparking with residual lightning, looking at Naruto across the distance. Their eyes met, Naruto and Sasuke. Across 50 feet of ruined ground, Sasuke nodded. Once, Naruto nodded back. That was the whole thing. That was the entire arc of their rivalry in one exchange. I pushed you. You pushed me. We both got here. Enough. Then Mei was moving toward him, across the field, through the crowd of allies, walking fast, not running, because she was a Kaji and Kage did not run in front of armies, but fast. Her face holding everything she had been holding since the fight started, and releasing none of it because there were too many eyes. She reached him, stopped, 1 foot of space between them. Their eyes met and everything that needed to be said had been said before the battle, in a marshalling field at dawn, in 3 seconds of held hands. There were no words needed now. He was alive. She was alive. The world was still here. He reached for her hand again. She let him take it. In front of the allied shinobi forces, in front of the Kaj and the Jonin commanders, and every political calculation that should have prevented exactly this gesture. Neither of them cared. The aftermath was not quick. Wars do not end cleanly. There were weeks of recovery, months of political restructuring. The Allied alliance had to decide what it was now that the threat was gone, whether cooperation continued or whether old rivalries reasserted. Naruto was not part of those conversations. Not yet. He was part of the rebuilding, the physical work of clearing rubble and raising walls and running supply lines. He threw himself at it the same way he threw himself at everything. completely, without reservation, at maximum volume. The village healed, slowly, the way villages do. The Hokage designation happened on a morning 3 months after the war's end. Not Naruto. Not yet. He was 16, and the hat did not come at 16. No matter how many gods you had dismantled, Kakashi took it. The 6th. The reluctant leader who had watched from behind a mask for years and was now being asked to stand in front. But in the ceremony, in the crowd of shinobi and civilians who gathered to witness the transition, Naruto stood in the front row, the demon slayer's sword on his back, his headband tight on his forehead, his team around him. And when Kakashi, wearing the hat for the first time, looked out over the crowd and his eye found Naruto, the kid he had watched grow from a zero chakra anomaly into the strongest combatant in the known world, something passed between them. An understanding, a timeline, not today, but soon. Iruka was in the crowd, somewhere toward the back, not pushing forward for a better view, just present, smiling, the kind of smile that costs nothing and is worth everything, the kind of smile that says, I always knew. From the first day, from the first time you stood in my classroom and screamed about being Hokage, I always knew you'd get here. The village's response to Naruto's name had changed so completely that sometimes Naruto did not recognize it. People who had crossed the street to avoid him now crossed the street to reach him, to say thank you, to say they were wrong, to say things that 12-year-old Naruto had needed to hear and 16-year-old Naruto accepted with grace because holding grudges was not something his soul knew how to do. He walked through his village, the village that had hated him and feared him and misunderstood him and was now, slowly, genuinely, with the awkward sincerity of people learning to be better. His. Every step sounded like a promise being kept. On a Tuesday. No, not a Tuesday. On a morning like every other morning, 5 a.m., the first light barely touching the sky above Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki ran his laps, Lee beside him, Guy ahead of them, setting a pace that would have killed lesser men and was merely warm-up for these three. The Demon Slayer's sword rode on his back. His headband caught the first real light of dawn as he rounded the corner past the Hokage Tower. His breath was even. His stride was long. His voice, counting reps, was the loudest thing in the village. It had always been the loudest thing in the village. Some things do not change. Some things should not change. The fire at the center of a soul that has been burning since before this life began, through death and rebirth in a world that tried in every possible way to put it out, does not go out, cannot go out, will not go out. Naruto Uzumaki finished his 10,000th lap, stopped at the top of the Hokage monument, looked out over the village that was his, the village that would be his officially when the time came. The faces in the stone looked back at him. One of them his father's. He breathed in, the morning air, the smell of home. I'm still going, he said, to the stone, to the sky, to whatever piece of him remembered a different world, a different body, a different life, where a boy with no magic became the king of all magic through nothing but refusing to stop. I'm still going and I'm never done. The sun rose, the day began, and somewhere in the space between one heartbeat and the next, in the place where souls carry what bodies cannot hold, something smiled. Something that had been Asta and was now Naruto and would keep going forever, louder and louder, until the heavens had no choice but to hear it. Not the end. Never the end. Just the next morning.
What a ride. This Asta Naruto epic is pure fire. Never giving up, smashing gods, and claiming everything. Thanks for watching the full movie Legends. Drop a like if you're hyped, smash subscribe for more insane crossovers, and I'll see you in the next one. Keep grinding, you absolute beasts.